Come on, there. Oh, there. Yes.
Good morning. Happy New Year.
Good morning. Yes. Wrong intro. Oh well. Good morning, Brian Lucas. Morning, Carmel. Christy. So how you been doing?
Yeah, I'm
How's
doing good. I watched the series finale of Stranger Things last night. It went well, so I was very excited about that. I was a little nervous going into it. I gotta say, it's the only fantasy sci-fi thing I really got into, so I I was pretty excited.
I really let me get the fan out of here. I really want to get into that. I know I would love it, but yeah, I just don't have
You
access
would,
to it. But now it probably won't be long before it appears on Amazon, but then I get to know I'm watching something everybody else already old hat, but oh well. So there won't be any tribe aspect to it. That's all good, I suppose. Huh.
right? Right.
And of course I just realized like, oh yeah, not only did I still have my intro, but I even forgot to even update the intro off of Christmas. So yeah.
It's, it's okay. That happens. I mean, we do this what a couple times a
Yeah.
year.
Yeah, that's true. It's been a learning experience to get used to StreamYard. There's some things I like and some things I don't really, but
Right,
you know,
right.
and things aren't always what they appear. Kind of like
I owed him up.
oh yeah, I thought that was interesting.
Oh, that is funny. That is funny.
So yeah, wow. What was the year? Interesting exercise. If you were to encapsulate all of 2025 into with one word, what would you use? I can't do it.
Mm,
Well, maybe I guess to do so, it would be kind of dishonest because you'd be having to pick one thing and then trying to paint the entire year as that, which of course it wasn't. So yeah, I
if I
do
could
think.
do it in 2 words, if I could
Uh-huh.
do it in 2 words, I think it would be brutally healing. Because 2025 was really tough for me
Yeah,
in a
yeah,
lot of ways. There were a lot of things that came up for me that were really, really hard. But
yeah.
through those difficult things, there was a lot of healing that was able to happen. So I think I think it would be brutally healing.
Mm,
Yeah,
hmm.
I think that would be it.
Yeah, and
It would be
seemed
between those two.
yeah, and it seemed to be a time for awakening for quite a few. Not
Yeah.
whatever, in multiple
Oh yeah.
genres. I guess. I
Right.
guess I use
Right.
the term genre, but um,
Yeah.
I mean, you had the UFO thing. Um, yeah, Dave Grush. He's a
Mhm.
spokesman. He's a spokesman. He is not a.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. He's not. He's not a whistleblower. He hasn't blown any whistles at all. He's still being paid
Right.
by them. He still has to clear all of his statements with them. That's not a whistleblower. I'm just saying.
Right. No, I agree. I agree completely. And
Um,
2025 was the year of the snake too, so it was shedding. It really was about things coming to light.
mhm.
So I think that's a good thing there with the awakening
Yeah.
or awareness,
Mhm.
however however that
Actually, I
looks.
need to check. Wow, this is interesting. I don't even remember. I need to do a better job. I need to do a better job of what do you call it? Creating signposts, altars, whatever. monuments of, at least mentally, as far as when I've started certain things, because yeah, let's just go. I just want to check something here. Come on. Ah, ah, EISCOE. All right, come on.
I'm still
1
listening. I
year.
gotta go do something real quick.
That's fine. So yeah, let's see here. The September 30th. Okay. Yeah, so it's been over a year that, of course, the whole wow, it I kind of hesitate to say it, but yeah, it's been over a year since the laser experience, and it's a whole thing. And I've gone into what exactly the laser thing is on the evening show of Christmas. Um, but yeah, I mean that is just crazy stuff. But stuff like that has been becoming becoming more public. There's a lot more people who have done the same thing who are coming out. A lot of people are awakening, and unfortunately, it's an overused term because of one person that's used it. But psyops, more people are becoming aware of psyops now. Just because a conspiracy person, um, I don't want to say loon, but somebody who uses that to enrich themselves. So just because he's used the term a lot doesn't negate what the term actually is. Just in the same way as somebody who's calling their ex-husband, their ex-boyfriend, their ex-girlfriend, oh, they are a psychopath. Well, maybe they are, maybe they aren't. They are a narcissist. Well, maybe they are. Just because some terms are overused does not negate the fact that there's still something there. I mean, we use these terms for a reason. Um, you know, and just because somebody uses them incorrectly does not do away with the proper meaning. So yeah,
Yeah.
psyop. A lot of people have wakened up to what a psyop is, where
Mhm.
basically, there's multiple definitions, but probably the easiest way to tell if it's a psyop is if you have multiple news outlets are all saying pretty close to the same thing. And
Mhm.
if you have like a bunch of Hollywood stars or social authority, I'll use the term Hollywood stars, but it could be pop stars, movie stars, people in social authority. If they come out and say the same thing, that's when it gets chilling. And of course, we've seen some psyops where I think I could say this much: the guy who invented MNR, MNRA, M, MNR, the top class of messenger DNA type of, try not to use terms, um, of a particular type. The person who even invented it, he came out against the narrative that was being used. He was ostracized.
Oh,
Uh,
what?
yeah, tons of classically trained doctors from Harvard and Stanford, tons of them were all ostracized. If you disagreed with us, then yeah, you were
Mhm.
ostracized. And of course, that's what we see is with being ostracized is the reason why it's so powerful is it plays on one of our most basic fears, because being ostracized for our ancestors meant you're no longer in the tribe, you don't have access to
Right.
resource. And
Right.
that's
Right.
and that's in today's world, being ostracized, well, it's still a thing, especially if you're a big name doctor. But of course, it depends
Mhm.
upon where you are, how far along, and
Mhm.
your healing, or yeah, I'll use the word healing. how far you are along that, as to its effects of
Mhm.
you. But yeah, to a doctor or somebody whose livelihood is built upon interaction with the public, yeah, it's a killer.
Oh, yeah. Well, and even
Yeah.
on a basic level, I mean, it goes to your fear of abandonment and
Hmm.
attachment. And, I mean,
Yeah.
it, you know, especially when that's your identity, when your identity is that you're a doctor or
Yeah.
you're a this or that. Doesn't even have to be a doctor.
Hmm.
It could be a spiritual guru. And then everybody finds out that you're really not,
Yeah.
you're, I don't know, consulting somebody else behind the scenes or reading a book and then coming back and being like, oh, it's this right here. It's, yeah,
Yes,
that would
Dr.
be,
Malone. Yep. I can think of Scott Atlas. I can think of several.
yeah,
Scott?
yeah.
I think it's Scott Atlas. And of course, I have to because she's here. Where is it?
Awake Ned by the looking glass reflection in the house. Hey, Awake Ned, nice to see you.
Yeah. Yeah. I have to. It's overplayed, but yeah, deal with
I love it though. I love it.
it. Oh my gosh. So yeah, it's really I'm interested to see what 2026 brings. I'm hoping it doesn't go some places. I think it probably will, but you know, there's a lot of things that are in our sphere of concern that aren't necessarily in our sphere of control. So,
Right,
yeah.
right, right. And I think that that's a good point. We can't control everything. And,
Yeah.
you
Hmm.
know, so I think what I'm trying to do this year is just be more mindful. Where
Hmm.
is my focus going? Where is my energy going? Where is my intention going? Um, who am I surrounding myself with?
Yes.
Do their values align with mine? What am I
Hmm.
what am I working toward? What am I bringing not only to my very small inner friendship circle, but to the larger community? And I
Hmm.
think this is a good time to evaluate that. We don't
Yeah.
have to have huge amounts of inner friends. Like if I really
Yeah.
looked at the people in my inner circle, like three, four, four if you include my husband. And but that's okay. I think we've gotten to a place where it's all about how many followers do you have, how many subscribers do you have, how many likes do you get, how does this look, and
Hmm.
and I think that that's not authentic.
Yeah.
And so for me, I'm trying to be very, very mindful and aware. But what I love, 2026 is the year of the fire horse. So we're going
Hmm.
out of a time of, people shedding their skin and being uncomfortable and things coming to light and have it really kind of butting up against themselves to the fire horse, which is wisdom and freedom and power, but a healthy power. I mean, not being tyrannical.
Hmm.
So I think that there's some good strong stuff
Yeah.
um, coming in. After the shedding and the awakening and everything, you've got to have that
Yeah.
power,
Yeah. And,
that integration, that wisdom.
yeah. And of course, oh my gosh, there's so much stuff we could go into on that. Um,
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
been starting to dig into the red book, which is oh my. Um, but regardless,
I can't wait
so
to dig into that. I mean,
yeah.
Carl Jung and his psychology and his mind, him writing down his stuff. I can't
Mm,
wait to read that. But it's like a 20-hour read. Like it's a pretty heady book.
mm, yeah. So one of the things, yeah, I guess I'll throw this in there as kind of a preface. One of the reasons why um, we can take things or, hmm, wow, the thoughts are not with me this morning. Um, one of the things about seeing some of our some of our choices, like we'll choose a band or something like that, and it's our favorite. If somebody else dislikes it, the reason why we don't like it when somebody says, "Oh, they suck" or whatever, is because we've wrapped a little bit of our identity into that, and it becomes a personal attack upon us. And of course, we can do that in various ways. But
Hmm.
yeah, so that's well, yeah, we have what's
I mean,
called
I
the
take it quite personally when people talk bad
yeah,
about Kurt Cobain and Nirvana,
yeah, and that's the reason why we don't like to do bad jobs because it
Hmm.
and the thing is we're going to we're we're human. We are going to screw up, and it's insane to expect anything but. But when we
Right.
do something bad and somebody points it out, it can become an attack upon what we see as our identity, which is
Hmm.
really not the most healthy thing, but you know, we're human. So
Right.
it's one of these things we can look at logically. But, and I guess that's probably what a Roddenberry might have been trying to do with the whole character of Spock, somebody who's driven by logic only. And then in
Hmm.
contrast with Captain Kirk, who's more on the emotional of the scale, kind of playing them off each other. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it's one of these things we can look at logically and see how we constantly fall short and everything else. But the point is not to harshly judge yourself. The point of this following is just to check in with yourself and see where you are in
Hmm.
certain subjects. And I'm going into the 5 levels of attachment and
Hmm.
what they are and how they
Hmm.
manifest in our life. Because I'll just jump right in. Um, we start off with what's called level one, which is the authentic self. This is who we are. This is who we are without any labels. This is us in our true being, not what we identify as. We're really quick to stick labels on ourselves, but who we truly are. And a lot of identity is a lot of it is not necessarily correct. A lot of what we say our identity
Hmm.
is not necessarily right. Um, and what we identify as our identity is a postage stamp compared to who you really are. So much more than what your identity says you are, way you see your identity. But yes, the authentic self is I am who I am.
Hmm.
Um, you're comfortable saying things like I don't know, curious instead of defensive. You can change your mind without any shame whatsoever. You have a low threat response. Prefrontal cortex stays online. That's kind of neuroscientish. Less a midget amygdala hijack. And midget amygdala hijack is that emotional thing that kicks in, like, oh my God, your freeze, flight, or fawn
Hmm.
response lives in your amygdala. Oh my God, it's going to get me. Oh, you're that pump harping, heart pounding. Wow, words is hard. I swear. The heart pounding that you
Words are
get.
hard.
So, when's the last time that you changed your mind and you felt okay about it? Would be kind of a good test. Maybe not
Hmm.
necessarily the best, but um, that would be. And again, this is not labeling somebody as they're always this or always that. You can be in multiple places depending upon the subject. And again, this is not to bash somebody over the head with. This is just a tool to see where you are. It's a tool
Hmm.
that we use on ourselves just to, yeah, just for exactly that. And the goal isn't necessarily always to reach stage one, which is the authentic self. There's sometimes that we
Hmm.
can be in one of the other attachments and be okay with it. And,
Right.
so yeah. You have any thoughts on the authentic self on since I brutally oversimplified it?
No, you didn't oversimplify it. I think I've got some notes here, so if I'm looking down, guys, I'm
Yeah.
kind of reading. It requires no knowledge. It's just
Mhm.
a state of knowing. It's knowing who you are, knowing your place in the world. Think of children. There's such a
Mhm.
beautiful example for a lot of different things. Kids just know who they are. They
Mhm.
they know who they are. They go through life. Um, and there's this beautiful thing of there's just not a lot of judgment there. There's no prejudices,
Mhm.
and no one can stop us from uh, taking action. Like it's kind of like that saying, if a little kid says you're ugly, you should probably look in the mirror. It's that type of thing. Um, and I mean ugly on the inside, not on the outside. I'm not talking about people's
Mhm.
parents.
Mhm.
um, you know, uh, and I think that what is really beautiful is life is just as it is. It's just what it is to me when I look at this. Um, so I see this as, if you want to put it in spiritual terms, and from like the 1D up to the, like this would be ascended master level. Living at this level all the time is going to be
Mhm.
really difficult.
Yeah.
Just because we're human and we're going to
Yeah.
put those masks on, we're going to do those things. And but this is, also we can get here at, I think it's important to remember as we go through this, the point of perception is what separates us in all of these. So how we perceive ourselves, how we perceive others.
Yeah.
And I just, there's no attachments that keep us from being this. We're not attached to anything
Yeah.
that stops us from being here. So this could, uh, I think we all get to hear at various points in our lives where we're just like, in the moment, we are who we are and
Yeah.
we're showing up. Um, I I don't think too many people live here. I think
Mhm.
that would be a very difficult place to live. So if you're like, oh my God, I don't live there, it's okay to not live here. That
Mhm.
would be asking a lot of yourself.
Yes. And let's see here. It's a fool who looks for logic and the yes, and humans are the yes. That's a good quote. Well,
Yes.
and this is so level one would be basically the starting position where we are all naturally, or where we would be.
Hmm.
Yeah, where we would be in a vacuum. Of course, then you have other
Right.
concerns, right? But yeah, and then what happens is through what is identified as as the process of domestication, we start getting into some of these other attachment styles. Domestication is not really about abuse or cruelty by default, although it could be. It's about social conditioning. It would basically be
Yeah.
where things like approval equals safety, disapproval equals threat, belonging
Hmm.
requires conformity. We learned that one early on. over time,
Yeah.
external voices become our inner voice, or what's called our narrators. Rules
Mhm.
become identity. Then
Mhm.
preferences turn into attachment. Yeah, some of the key elements of okay, thought I saw something. Some of the key elements of domestication would be a lot of what Chase talks about, the process of childhood rewards and punishment, praise,
Mhm.
love, approval, or reward,
Mhm.
punishment being shame, rejection, ridicule. And it
Yeah.
requires repetition, uh, cultural
Mhm.
stories, family beliefs, or somebody saying, the the mindset of this is just how we do it. And you can see that little belief
Right.
in a lot of things. I mean, work or
Yeah.
whatever. A lot of these little rituals that we have about certain things. Not always the case. Domestication creates the process of this domestication. It's not the same that I'm used to saying as domesticating a cat, but hey, I guess it would be because that is how cats learn what is acceptable and what isn't. So you can say this as
Yeah.
society, our parents, whatever, performing domestication upon us. This is what is acceptable. This is how we learn to be social. Somebody who acts
Mhm.
outside of this would be decidedly antisocial, which is why we have that term in the DSM-5. If you go so far outside of what is acceptable, then you turn antisocial, especially when you start doing
Mhm.
some, bad things to people.
Right.
We
Right.
are
Right.
taught we are a lot of times this process is what teaches us what to believe, and
Mhm.
then we start attaching our identity to these beliefs.
Mhm.
I am Billy Idol fan. I am uh, occupation, things like that. Then we start defending it. It's really kind of an interesting thing. And the thing is, we all do this. We start
Mhm.
defending that as if it was us because we've now
Mhm.
wrapped our identity in that. So an attack upon
Mhm.
those beliefs is an attack upon us. And
Mhm.
the overall process or the overall belief system of this is basically to teach that attachment isn't natural, it's
Yeah.
learned behavior. So yeah, that's basically attachment level one. So now we go to attachment level two, which would be preference. This is the level where we say, I like this. You know, um,
Yeah.
it's basically that. I prefer this, but I get that others don't. Disagreement doesn't
Mhm.
necessarily feel personal. You can have easygoing debates. And
Mhm.
some examples of this would be hobbies, food, music tastes. Um, the author, of course, uses sports as his
Soccer.
analogy.
Yeah.
Yeah, soccer. Um, Again, this is just saying, I prefer this.
Mhm.
And this, our flexibility is still high. Attachment
Mhm.
level is really pretty mild. It's not off the charts crazy. It's just saying, hey, I prefer this, and it can start to skew our thinking a little bit. But when we look at ourselves through a mirror on this, we'll still see the mirror will still be fairly clear, just a little cloudy because we adopt
Mhm.
this preference, and that adjusts how we view the world, our worldview, or Geltenschein, I think is the no, I'm mispronouncing the hell out of that. I've seen the word a gazillion times, never heard it spoken, so I should probably refrain from saying it. But yes, our worldview, that's what all this stuff starts to affect how we see the world at large and how we see ourselves.
Mhm.
Christy, you have anything to add?
Mhm. Yeah, so, at this part, so the big question that is asked throughout this book, and by the way, we're talking about the Five Levels of Attachment
Mm,
by Don Miguel Ruiz
mm,
Jr., which is a really great book. It's just a little short book. You can pick it up on Audible. I think it's like a 4-hour listen. One of the questions that he asks throughout everything is knowledge controlling you, or are you controlling knowledge? And I really like that question because it really kind of makes you think. So at this point, knowledge isn't correct yet, right? We're
mm.
not
Yeah.
we're not kind of off the rails about it. And this is the point where we like something, but we don't need something, right? Um, it's also unconditional love lives here. It
Mm,
lives obviously
mm,
in the authentic self,
yeah.
but it lives at level two.
Mm.
So, like I could love Ben even though he loves disco music. I can make that, which is so not true. Ben doesn't love disco music, but you know, uh, it's it's a tool. It's not distorted. We can maintain our clarity here. Um, and I really, this is something here. Love itself allows us to give love to community. So at this point, we're able to love ourselves and we're able to love our communities in a way that is helpful. It's not like we're only going to love this small
Mm,
percentage of the community, or we're not going to love this other percentage of the community. We just love our community.
mhm.
And I think what's really important here about preference, and I know that term is a little funny. We kind of think of it as I prefer this over this, but when we look at it in the language of love,
Mm,
we're our preference is to love everyone, so we don't necessarily care within moral standards, of course.
yeah.
That's the caveat to everything. But I love that. And as we go up this ladder, so one being the least attached, five being the most attached, you're gonna start seeing this change. And if you find yourself at different levels of attachments, and I have been at a level 5
Mm,
attachment, um, what I
mm,
would say is if you're writing this down or if you get this book, if you need to unattach yourself, work backwards through this. Um, but I,
mm.
I do really, I do really like this. I think this is a place that's realistic for us to kind of live in, you know. I don't think it's quite as I think level one is kind of rare moments in our life, but I think that we could live here pretty easily.
Mhm. Um, and yeah, maybe of course we can go up and down this ladder, and
Mhm.
nothing is necessarily static. But
Right.
yeah, this doesn't really adjust how we view things so much. It's starting to, but not not to any major degree.
Right.
This would honestly be where, yeah, I've jokingly taken up a crusade against disco. I will admit, I don't like disco. I just don't care about it. I lived through it. I will admit, as a child,
Right.
I thought it was normal. And I think it might be part of that, having grown up in it and thinking, oh, this is normal.
Mhm.
And then finding that no, I guess it is normal. But I mean,
Right.
that thinking everybody loves this and then getting exposed to a culture
Mhm.
like, no, music
Yeah.
hasn't always been this way. This is a
Right.
fad. This is something that's becoming artificial. And,
Mhm.
you can attach any term you want to music, a music style. You can say
Mhm.
rock sucks. You can say prog sucks. It that's one of the things about music. it is something that is highly preferential. Some people are going to like
Yes.
classical,
Yes.
other people are going to hate classical.
Right.
I'm kind of in the I'm not always in the latter. There's some classical I can listen to, but it's like blues
Mhm.
for me. You have to
Mhm.
be I have to be in the mood for it, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I
then,
agree.
as you get more and more classical, I have to be in a very specific mood, which I'm probably not going to fall into much. But yeah. Uh okay, so that's level 2. Level 1 was the authentic self. Level 2 is when we
Mhm.
start entering into the attachment style of preference. Again, that's just I
Mhm.
like this. I prefer
Mhm.
this, hence the term preference. Level 3 is where we start getting into level 3 is called identification. That's where we start to get into our identity. It's the mask of our
Mhm.
identity with our knowledge. Line that separates life and reflection starts to become blurred. This is a part of who I am. Attachment
Mhm.
at this level starts becoming moderate. Flexibility starts becoming conditional.
Mhm.
Beliefs start to protect our self-esteem. Before, if somebody said, "Oh, I hate Kurt Cobain," well, you might be a little, but it's not going to ruin your day or anything like that.
Right. Right.
If
Right.
they said, I don't think Neil Peart is the best drummer who, um, I don't think he was a great drummer. Well, okay, you could be wrong. Um, no, but again, you
Right. Right.
know, um, at that level, and I actually, I will admit, with drumming, I'm actually preferential. I'm into level 3 a little
Uh-huh.
bit. Um, but
Yeah.
and that's the thing is we're going to be at
Right.
different levels, and the point is not to
Yeah.
beat yourself up to always live at one
Right.
because is that realistic? No.
Right. Right.
Mm.
Right. Right.
And this is where we start becoming attached to the political party, to the team,
Mhm.
whatever label,
Mhm.
and when that label decides, whenever that label doesn't do well, uh,
Right.
whenever that team, that political party doesn't do well, we don't do well. The mask of identity. Yeah, this is where we really get into a mask at this point, and
Mhm.
we've actually forgotten
Mhm.
it's a mask. We forgot we even have a
Mhm.
mask at this point, and
Mhm.
that's this starts changing basically who we are. Feels slightly
Right.
attacked when we're getting disagreed with. Start
Mhm.
defending positions, not exploring them. This is people
Mhm.
like me think would be something that you would say in this attachment style. And
Mhm.
it's not really manipulation at this point. It's more self-protection.
Mhm.
The way our behavior gets. But yeah, I could go on. Christy, what are some of your thoughts?
So, like you said, the line really gets blurred here, and you start to become. It's like when you ask somebody, tell me about yourself, and they start off with, I'm an accountant, I'm a singer, I'm a drummer,
Yeah.
I'm I'm a Nirvana fan. We really start to identify with that, and the problem is, what happens when that goes away? And right now I'm working with one client in particular whose kids are grown. And she's like, I don't know who I am outside of a mom. I've always been a mom. And I don't know who I am now that my kids are grown. So this is that. type of thing, you know. So I would say to you in your journal or in your thinking, if you're wondering how you identify yourself, how do you introduce yourself to people?
Mm,
What do you say? You know, do you like, my name is Christy and I'm a, and what is the list that comes after that? And that is how you identify yourself.
mhm,
Um, this is where the mask is an empty symbol of who we are. So again, you know, you're not, and I say this just because I'm a mom. You're not just a mom. You're not just a dad. You're more than that. You know,
yeah.
you're not just Ben the drummer. You're more than that.
Mhm,
But this is where it really becomes defined around this. And I think back to when my kids were in school and I was doing PTO. Man, those PTO moms, this was their identity. Like they were the
yeah,
PTO mom, the room mom, they were
yeah.
the soccer mom. They were wrapped up in all of that. And oh my God, don't step on that. I don't know if
Yeah.
any of you guys ever had that experience, but I did. My kids were fortunate enough to go to one of the better schools in the district, so there was
Mm,
more affluence there. Ooh,
mm,
like I'm telling you what, oh my goodness. This is where um, at this point, you're committed. You're all in, right? And there's going to be some suffering there. You're going to cause some suffering to others if they don't fall in line. You're going to
mm,
cause some suffering to you. So, you know, again, going back to the Kurt Cobain thing, you know, oh, he was the greatest singer ever, and maybe you're like, no, no, no. You know what? I love Pearl Jam. We this point are going to kind of jab at each other a little bit, right? We're going to be like, yeah, but he did this and they did that. And, you know, um, this is performance gets affected much more deeply here. And when I talk
mm,
about performance, it's, you know, what are we showing? You know, like right now, Ben and I are, I mean, you know, we're who we are, but this is a bit of a performance. You know, we're showing up, you know, like I washed my face this morning and put on a little concealer, you know, then looks nice, and you know, we're here to talk about this, but we're performing on a level, but it's not this deep performance. But everybody has these
yeah.
performance parts of themselves.
Mm,
And this is the point where we get confused with who we really are. Again, going back to that, you know, I am, um,
yeah.
well, you know, whatever. Um, you know, I mean,
Yeah.
I do it. I'm Christy. I'm a gypsy. You know, well, I am. You know, I mean, that's part of my lifestyle. It's part of who I am, but it's more than that.
Mhm,
So yeah, this is where the mirror is clean, but it's kind of starting to fog over a little
yeah.
bit. There's
Yeah.
some stuff kind of getting lost.
And the mirror would be basically a representation of how we look at ourselves, how we examine ourselves. But yeah, so there's a lot there. And again, a lot of this starts coming from the narrator voices that we've heard
Mhm.
throughout our lives that tell us you're this or you have to be this or things like that. And that starts
Mhm.
to really take a hold here. But
Right.
it actually more so on the next level, which is level 4. That was level 3. That is identification. So level 1, of course, is
Mhm.
our true authentic self. Level 2 would be preference. I like this. Level 3 is identification. This is who I am. And then we go into level 4, which is eternalization. Internalization.
Yeah.
Internalization. Yeah, that'd be how you said, which would be I am this belief. Your attachment level is high. Flexibility, as far as being able to look outside of the system that you're in, would be pretty low.
Mhm.
Challenges really start to feel like threats. Um,
Mhm.
this is when domestication really starts to kick in. This is again all those voices that you're this, or you have to be this to be in this family. Not necessarily at that level yet, but
Mhm.
you're who we identify as. We've identified as it for so long, we begin to really start to accept it. We have
Mhm.
emotional reactivity, um, identity based outrage if somebody speaks up against it because they're not just they're not attacking any ideas that we may hold. They're attacking us. Moral
Mhm.
framing. Good people
Mhm.
think the true Scotsman fallacy starts to kick in here. No true Scotsman would do whatever. Um,
Right.
this is when our amygdala really starts to dominate us, where we can get really highly upset, and we have a
Mhm.
much less cognitive flexibility. We're starting to refuse to see anything that's contrary to this. A lot of times, if we're shown evidence that's contrary to our attachment style, we will just disregard it out and out. We'll start doing
Mhm.
that, or actually at this level, you're going to be more apt to. Okay, I see this piece of evidence, but I have an internal story built around how to explain my way out of it. Oftentimes people who are in this will you start seeing what do you call it, straw man arguments, misrepresenting the position. And
Mhm.
something just popped at me, and I don't know. Okay. Um, you start seeing things like that pop up. I'm sorry, that just kind of surprised me. Um, reasoning becomes post hoc justification. Um, it's not it's not really stupidity, and it will feel if you're examining when you're like this. A lot of times it'll feel stupid, feel like
Mhm.
stupidity. It's not stupidity. It's your nervous system is now becoming more involved than your cognitive reasoning, rational mind is. You'll start
Right.
that amygdala is really kicking in, and that's basically one thing to understand. It's not a failure on your part. You're working with a diminished system. When you're in
Mhm.
this mindset,
Mhm.
options become, less available, and when somebody attacks the internalization, whatever the a level of attachment that you're in, when somebody starts to attack that belief, yeah,
Mhm.
you are well outside of reasoning. I I can
Yeah.
think of a few examples of this would be I don't know if I should say it. Oh well. Uh, Public school teachers. I've seen a few of them where I'm outside of that discussion.
Mhm.
I don't have any kids, so I can divorce myself from it. But I've seen quite a few people say, I like somebody go, well, we're gonna raise our kids in a private school, we're gonna raise our kids homeschooled, blah, blah, blah. I've seen quite a few reactions. And again, because my parents were teachers, I've seen quite a
Mhm.
few discussions where the person just boom blows way up and just blah, 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 blah.
Mhm.
And you have to let
Mhm.
them get through their spiel before you can even talk to them. That would be what this is talking about. That blah, 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 you're not well adjusted. You have to let them get that out of their nervous system before you can even talk to them. And of
Yeah.
course, they're going to be operating in that frame, and yeah, it's going to be pretty hard to get them out of it. But yeah, so Christy, what say you?
So, I was thinking about this, and as I was listening to this book, and I was trying to relate it back to my life and like when I have been in these different phases. And so I'm going to talk about something here, and I know that there are people out here that are religious, and I totally respect that, and that's amazing, and I'm so happy for you. I have since left the church. That's not a big secret. But this internalization is where I spent a lot of my life when I
Mm,
was in church. Um, so I was born on a Thursday. I was in church on a Sunday, and I didn't leave for decades. So I never got the ability as a kid, and I'm just going to share my experience, to go to this preference level. Like I was told I would get invited to, people would invite me to their church, and I was not allowed to go because my dad said that it would confuse me. They could come to church with me, but I cannot go to church with them. And when you mentioned having a counter argument, one of the things that cracked me up the most, and you guys, my mom completely believes this, and if you believe this, I totally respect it, but it talks in the Bible about Jesus drinking wine. And my argument, when I was in high school and I was really sassy and rebellious and ornery, my parents did not allow drinking. We did not go anywhere that served alcohol. There was no alcohol in the house, like none of that. So, of course, what did I do? I was like, oh, let me try this. So, my argument to my parents was always this: well, it's okay to drink wine because in the Bible, Jesus drinks wine. This was the argument, guys. I'm not joking, that I got back from my dad and my mom. Well, it was fermented grape juice, but it wasn't wine, like alcoholic wine. It didn't get you drunk. And the only reason that Jesus drank it was because the water was so bad that, they had to drink that. That is what I grew up believing. I believed that there was a type of fermented grape juice out there that was not wine, that wasn't going to get you drunk, but wasn't grape juice. I don't know what the hell I thought it was. I believed it. My parents told me that. I believed it. And that's kind of where that was. So, this is where domestication completely occurs. This is where we are finding validation
mm,
outside of ourselves. I believe this, therefore I'm validated.
mm,
And this is where conditional love equals acceptance. So there's this joke, and I heard it a lot growing up. Somebody passes away and they go to the gates of heaven and they see St. Peter and he's walking them through. And he's like, oh, by the way, that door is where the Baptists are. They think they're the only ones here. We don't let them know they're not. I grew up a Baptist, so I'm not bashing on anybody. Please, please, please understand that this is just my experience. So it's that type of thinking, though. I share it
mm,
because of that type of thinking. Um, and your self worth is um, is controlled. Acceptance is conditional. Um, Things get distorted. If it's anything like, if this was a football team, this team, it is you. It's not your team, it is you. This is where you see people who believe that they are a part of the team, like my team this. So that's kind of what I have there. And I really hope that, this is also accepting ourselves through math. And sometimes we lose respect for ourselves or others if we go against that, if we start to question this at this point. So I hope I didn't want to upset anybody. I don't have the laptop, so I can't see the comments. I really hope I didn't upset anybody with that. That's just my personal experience that I wanted to share because I thought it was a really good example of how I grew up, and it's my story. And I don't judge you if you're
yeah,
religious at all. I support you 1,000% in that.
yeah, and that's going to be a thing, is because it probably will be fairly common just because we live in that sort
Hmm.
of nation. So that is how we relate to the world, through our experiences. So that's going to be, yeah, one of the lenses that we've dealt with. And yeah, it is kind of interesting because yeah, I could see the wine example as being level, that belief, that mindset,
Hmm.
as being level 4, or level 4, or actually level 5.
Probably,
It's kind of
probably level
teetering.
five.
But Yeah, this is where we start to see a lot of this is when you actually become really easy to manipulate. You would be highly
Mhm.
easy to manipulate at this point because
Mhm.
your identity is all wrapped up in this, and all it takes is a leader
Mhm.
that says, I have some additional information that you're not aware of. You want to be this kind
Mhm.
of person, don't you? Like, yes, I want,
Mhm.
hijack your identity and can start to really, really do a number on you. So, yeah, so the five attachment styles we're going through. The first, the baseline would be your authentic self. This is who you are by default. This is who you are
Okay.
before any social interaction, any uh, uh, rewards or punishments, without any of those little nagging voices that we have, those narrators that we picked up from teachers,
Mhm.
parents, pastors, whomever, coaches, um,
Mhm.
rock stars,
Bullies.
bullies. Yeah. Then we have level two preference, and level two is just simply, I prefer this. They're still fairly easy.
Mhm.
You can still see
Mhm.
information that is contrary, and like you can still sit back and think about that. And as you get higher and higher, what starts to happen as you get, I don't know how you want to do this, it would be backwards of Maslow's pyramid. Level one, you'd be open to all information. Level two, you start becoming just a
Mhm.
little bit, I'm going to accept
Mhm.
this. I'm not going to accept this. Level three, you're pretty well closed in. Level four, which we just went, or level two, of course, is preference. Level three would be
Mhm.
identification. This is that
Mhm.
this belief is part of who I am. This is when we start to ignore
Mhm.
information.
Okay.
Attacks upon that identity will start feeling, because our identity is wrapped up, attacks on that belief
Mhm.
will start feeling fairly personal. Yeah, my hair itchy today. Then we have, hey, my dad's bald. I'm still glad I have hair. Uh,
There you go.
then we have level four, internalization. That's what the level we just went through. This would be I am this belief. This is
Mhm.
your attachment is pretty high. You're not going to be willing on whatever this belief is that you're talking about. You're not going to be looking outside much. If somebody comes along and
Mhm.
says, "Oh yeah," so you say that, oh gosh, I don't want to use that example because I've overused it a lot. Um, have you considered this? This is where a lot of times religion will start to come into play. Be one of these
Mhm.
beliefs because people are pretty hard fast. You can see some sports fans. I am
Mhm.
an attack upon the Braves, if you're a Braves fan. At this level, an attack upon the Braves fan, an attack upon the team, the Braves, would start to
Mhm.
be, yeah, you're talking where you're going to, start getting involved in, oh yeah, some physical altercation. You can see examples of this
Mhm.
play out in, of course, a lot of times in soccer. For whatever reason,
Mhm.
the Brits, I can't say it. Well, Scots do it too, so I shouldn't really talk bad about the Brits,
Yeah.
but the old Scots, um, they take that stuff fairly seriously. And this is where that
Yeah.
starts to kick in. It's like, no,
Yeah.
you can't disagree, and yeah. So that takes us
You know,
to,
I had
oh, go
I
ahead.
had one more thought before we go to the next one.
Mhm.
So internalization is also where our abuse lives. So if we
Yes,
have suffered through anything like that, like because as you were,
good
I was
point.
thinking, I was really bullied as a kid because I was poor, I was short, I got held back in third grade. I mean, my dad looked funny, like everything, every ammo that somebody had to throw at somebody got thrown at me. And so for the longest time, and even now, even at, I'll be 50 in next month. Um, I still struggle with this. I'm smart. I still struggle with, um,
Mhm.
you know, even Karina and I were talking about this the other day. I told her, I said, you know, that broke that broke little Christy, still is kind of in the driver's seat. And really, I've been very fortunate in my adult life.
Hmm.
I've not lived the way in my adult life that I lived as a child. I've not had those same struggles, but I still have that same mindset. So this is a place to where those things lie. If you survived abusive relationships or childhoods or
Yeah.
bullies or body dysmorphia is going to live here.
Yeah.
You know, eating disorders are going to start here. You know, all of these kinds of things. So it's bigger than just religion. I wanted to share that too. This is where that lies.
Yeah.
So, if you're struggling through trauma, you're probably starting here. This
Yeah.
is probably where you're starting. I don't think you're going to be at a 5. You're not going to be, I mean, well, maybe you could be, but chances are you're going to be starting at this level. So it's where you take it and you just smushed it into your heart. You've rubbed it around on your soul and you're like, I'm this. So these can be healthy or unhealthy. You can have unhealthy preferences. You can have an unhealthy identity, and you can absolutely have unhealthy internalization. So I wanted to just share that for what that's worth, because um, I didn't think about it until
Yeah. Yeah.
we
Well,
were.
yeah,
Yeah.
and that goes back to also a lot of times when you get kicked into something triggers
Mhm.
you into that trauma
Mhm.
mode. Something happens and you start to go back. That fear, that trauma starts to get activated. A lot of times, not always, but a lot of times,
Mhm.
the age that you were at that trauma becomes your mental capacity while you're
Yeah.
in that mode. You start, if something happened while
Mhm.
something hits that is the root trigger happened at 7 years old, your mental processing will go to
Mhm.
a 7-year-old. And of course, that's what
Yeah.
a lot of our armor, a lot of our masks, our armor that's made by a 7-year-old child to keep us safe.
Yeah.
So, or seven,
Mhm.
6, 8, whatever, somewhere in there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, this takes, so that's level 4 internalization. I am this belief. Then we go up to level 5, which is this is the most extreme attachment that we can have. That would be level 5 fanaticism, being a fan. That's where the word fan comes from, is fanatic. And of course, it's not saying that being a fan of something makes you a fanatic. That's an oversimplification. Again, being a fan could be way back in attachment level 2 preference. I prefer this. I kind of like this team. I like this band. I like this music. I like this, belief. I prefer this. That kind of. I prefer this car, brand, whatever. But level 5 is fanatic, and this belief must be protected at all costs. Your attachment
Mhm.
level is extreme. Your flexibility is 0. You don't have any flexibility. The knowledge that you have am I, is my knowledge controlling me, or am I controlling my knowledge? This is at the point where what you know is controlling you. Um, you are completely inflexible. You can start to use dehumanizing language when people outside of this attachment, this belief. And again, now these levels of attachment are how we attach to beliefs. So yeah, if anybody attacks this belief, um, this would be the more extreme end of see
Mhm.
some examples of this used in sports where um yeah, the people have unalived other people for being being a on the other side. Um,
Right.
for justifying harm. This is for the greater good. You have no curiosity. You are dead certain that you're right. anything else that comes up. In fact, sometimes I've seen some examples of people being asked to read a particular passage. I'm tempted to say the name, but I won't. Where they were reading a passage that fell against their belief, and they had to reread it, I think 4 times, because they read it, they would omit a word just because they've been taught that
Mhm.
word isn't there. They read it, no, read it again.
Mhm.
No, 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 read it
Mhm.
again. And finally, the 4th time's like, wow,
Mhm.
I didn't even see that. And
Mhm.
yeah, it takes extraordinary things to get people out of this level of
Yeah.
attachment. Um,
Mhm.
and it's not about passion, it's all about fear. Um, this would
Mhm.
be the level where, yeah, I can label. I'm tempted to label some groups, but I'll try not to. Um, that belief, what you were talking about with the wine, or I can use that because it's already been
Oh
brought
yeah.
up, and I'm not attacking anybody. So, and again, yeah,
Right.
this isn't about
Right.
attacking. This is just about self evaluation of seeing where you're at on this, and if you're wanting to drop down, how to, and all that kind of thing.
Mhm.
Um, at this point, we don't have any choice. Um, but the item itself, you could think about this as being, I can word it this way. You can think about this as being like a church where God is no longer the thing to be achieved or not achieved, the object of the church. The church is
Mhm.
now higher than God.
Mhm.
And yeah, there are examples out there. There's tons of them,
Mhm.
unfortunately. Your
Mhm.
wine example,
Mhm.
well, the belief of not drinking is actually depending. Belief that
Oh.
even though, yeah, it's the same word, do not become drunk from wine. That same word
Mhm.
is what he drank
Uh-huh.
and what he made on top of it.
Right.
But they won't see that.
Right.
They're like, no, because
Right.
he can't, because
Yeah.
that would be how we say, yeah, that's not in our belief system. So the belief actually becomes higher than the God that
Mhm.
is the actual subject of the belief. So yeah,
Mhm.
this is extreme. This is when um can I say that? Honor, I can't say that word. And I really
Honor
dislike this.
unaliving.
Yeah, I really dislike the censorship thing. Um yeah,
Right.
this would be where you have that where kids act outside of it. Well, they must be taken off the planet. This would be
Mhm.
people who are, and there's been a couple examples of that brought up. I've almost gone into them, but I don't think I will. Where for not liking a team or turning off a
Mhm.
show, and people have unalived people who are the closest to them or turning a show off. This is that level.
Mhm.
This is just,
Mhm.
yeah, complete. The word fanaticism, I'm trying to think of I was thinking of another word for it, but um, yeah, this would be, yeah, this would be the most extreme that you can get. I
Mhm.
just
Mhm.
I can't get into many more examples. So, Christy, I think I'll turn it over to you.
So, uh, I think the word blasphemous lives here. You know, anything outside of what you believe is could be blasphemy. I would
Mm-hmm.
even say if we're looking at trauma or abuse, this would be Stockholm syndrome. This would
Mm,
be where the
yeah.
person who is being really mean to you, and that's severity softening there, your abuser, you now cannot see them as that. And in my life, in my experiences,
Hmm.
um, fanaticism can be about people and situations. You could be,
Mm, yeah.
in my personal experience, you could be living this and know it's going on and still so devoted to that person or that thing that you just can't let it go.
Mhm,
You don't know how to walk away.
yeah.
This is where the belief is the only reality and you reject everything else. Um, and this, for me, was when it came to my religious life, this is where I lived. This is where I lived in it. Because from a very early age, from days old, I was put into identity and internalization. And then I lived in fanaticism. You couldn't get me to listen to anything else. I would argue everything. I would, no, no, that's not what
Mm,
that means. You're twisting that. You're cherry picking that. You're doing this. That's not an accurate statement.
mm,
You don't really know. Bless your heart, you don't know. And I was probably not a nice person about it. Truthfully, I mean, I probably was like, oh, you're so wrong. Let me come here, come here.
mm,
Let me sort you out. But this isn't just. And religion is an easy example because it's something that we all kind of have bumped up against at some point. Somebody who's been this way, but um, this can absolutely be. This is just, there's no mirror. This is all
yeah.
smoke. This is all
Yeah.
fog. Um, I would say addiction can live here.
Yeah.
Abuse can live here. It's there's a lot of things that can live here, and
Mm,
this is a dark, dark place because when you try to leave this, it is so hard because it is like, for me, it
mm,
was like these tentacles were in so deep, like whether I'm talking about my ex or religion, they were so deep that to even start to remove them, I didn't know where or how to start because I had been at this level for decades, literally.
mhm,
So how do you undo decades of things? Even the cycle of abuse. When you live at this for decades, you you're kind of living in this place of I deserve this. This is I brought this on, I caused this, I'm so bad of a person that this is
mm,
how I deserve to be treated. How do you
mhm,
start to get yourself out of that mindset? Right. So I want us to look at it as in all ways. And truthfully, if you're here, I would say if you are at this level and you're trying to leave, whether it's an abusive situation,
mm,
addiction, religion, whatever, this is coercive control. This is, you
mm,
need some real professional help at this
mm,
point to start to help you see what's going on, to help you start
mhm,
untangling it.
sure.
This is a really hard, going from level 5 down to level 4 is really hard to do on your own. And this is
Yeah.
where you kind of need someone to walk you through it. But this is
Mm,
also where you need someone to walk you through it that you can trust. That's
mhm,
not
mhm.
going to be like, oh, let me pull you out of this one cult into this other cult,
Yeah.
or let me pull you out of this one addiction into this other addiction. This is where, you're going to need more, the most assistance, I think.
Yeah.
Um, and that's kind of my thought on that. This is not a fun place to live.
Mm,
It's not a
exactly.
fun place to be. And it's
Yes,
not
and
fun to
this
be around these people.
oh, yeah. Yeah, and I think we've all been everybody's been exposed in some way, shape, matter, or form to
Yeah.
somebody who's been at this level. The
Yeah.
there we go. The, the thing the only and not to expect if you're in this level, you're not gonna get a lot of flexibility. You're not but
Right.
the only thing that you can really start to do is just become aware of,
Mhm.
aware of the belief. Do I really think this? And,
Mhm.
things in our world go beyond logic and reason. Um, yeah, logic and reason a lot of times. To believe in something mystical or scientific, how's the quote continue? Without being skeptical is letting that knowledge take control. When we lose our skepticism, and skepticism isn't bad. Skepticism, that is us. Be skeptical of things. You're exercising your choice. Yes or no. I'm going to go into this. If you're not skeptical, you're just going to instantly fall into everything that comes along. The fantasy
Mhm.
can become more real than reality itself at this level. Actually, at quite a
Yeah.
couple of these levels, it's like, no, this is reality. This Whatever
Mhm.
this belief is, this is reality. If anything else comes up, you won't even see it. Um,
Mhm. Mhm.
and being confident isn't necessarily there's being confident and then there's being confident in your beliefs. The two are completely different
Mhm.
things. Being
Yeah.
confident isn't about defending something to the bitter end. Being confident includes the ability to question your own beliefs. And
Mm.
if you're in complete collapse, you're not going or posturing. You're going to fall in line with what your beliefs are. But yeah, just being
Mhm.
able to simply question, exercise, exercise that reasoning center a bit, get out of the emotional center of the brain. This will be a way
Mhm.
of just starting to question. Be as a way to start to get out of this. Um,
Mhm.
that would
And
be,
being able to
mm,
question.
yeah, being able to question, um, talking to, examining the voices, our narrators. I'll use the word voices. The the
Right.
the voices that come to mind. A lot of times when you're doing something and it goes against one of your beliefs, sometimes your little that's Magnum PI, or I think Magnum PI calls it his little voice. It's been a long time
Mhm.
since the 80s. But yeah, your little inner voice will start talking to you. And oftentimes that voice
Mhm.
isn't even yours. I mean, you may put it in your voice, but
Right.
it's actually a pastor, a teacher, a parent, a rock
Mhm.
star, or an actor, whatever it is, whoever you've given social authority to. A lot of times it will be that person. Um,
Mhm.
and so yeah, just realizing that where those voices come from can start to take you um, down the ladder. So
Mhm.
yeah, just real quick, so we have level one would be your true authentic self. Level two would be preference. I prefer this, not necessarily. Level three would be identification. I am or identify with this. This belief is part of who I am.
Mhm.
Level four is internalization, and level five would be fanaticism. And these are
Mhm.
the way we attach our attachment styles to beliefs. Now you all have
Mhm.
to believe it.
Mhm.
What was the old Bob Dylan? I think you have to believe in, you have to serve someone. Um, but you have to believe in something or you'll fall for anything, I guess would be the
Oh yeah, 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 yeah,
equivalent.
yeah.
But Pat
Well, and I
ooh,
wanted to add. I
okay.
wanted to add real quick too that going back to the religion thing, my family truly believed that
Oh yeah.
that was the very best thing. So I
Hmm.
want to say to you that what is it? Best intentions of mice and men, right? Like, people
Mm,
can have the best intentions. And I do not think, I just want to be really clear, I don't think that having a belief system, having
mm.
faith is a
Oh,
bad thing. That is
no, no.
not a bad thing. And everybody, I encourage everybody to search that out for yourself and find out what you believe. Allow yourself to question. If there is something in your life that you are just so hell bent for saddle leather on that is right, allow yourself to question that.
Yeah.
And maybe it is right. I mean, maybe the earth really is round and not flat. You know what I mean? But um but uh we can find these things popping up that were just values that our family held. In my case, both sides of my family were Baptist and strong Baptist. So
Mm,
like that is um, that is a part of it. So I want to encourage you guys to know that I just lost how I was going to say it. Um, like
well,
this could have really come from a place of love, like it did with
mm,
my family. I don't think for one moment that my family was malicious or awful
mm,
um, for taking me to church. I do not
mhm,
believe that at all. Um, so be kind and gracious if you're looking at your attachment styles in different
mhm.
ways. You know, don't just go full bore at somebody, because they could still
Okay.
really believe that, and they could still really believe that that was what was best for you,
Yeah.
and that's an argument you're not going to win, right? And so at that point, um, you know, sometimes it's better to just say, right, right, Teresa, that's so true. And and as you're questioning these things, you know, sometimes it's okay for you to question it internally and find your own peace with it. And you don't
Mm,
necessarily have to share it with your family. You don't have to be like, this is where I'm at. You can just come to peace with that within yourself and know that, hey, okay, this is what it was. This is why it was. This is what I'm choosing for myself. And this is how I'm going to manage this. Because when I left the church, I could have blown everything up, but then I wouldn't have a relationship with my mom or my
mm,
brother or my sister-in-law,
mhm,
my nephews, my family. It was more important to me to have a relationship with my family than it was to be seen as being right or
mm,
making this huge declaration and stomping all over. Um, I don't want my stuff stomped on, so I'm not going to go stomp on someone else's. So I just kind of wanted to add that in there too, as you're going through looking at these things. Um, just remember that it's okay if you just do this for yourself and you really don't share it with anybody else, you know?
mm,
Um, it is okay to do that if you value those relationships. I
mm,
value the relationships with my brother and my sister-in-law and my nephews and my family
mm,
more than I do being right or blaming, if
mm,
that makes
mm.
sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
And that is a prime example of what we were talking about with, I think I'll just recap
yeah.
real quick here, the five attachment styles or beliefs, or the five attachments we can have to beliefs. And this is a great example of level five. Well, again, they are
Yeah.
level one, what our true authentic self is. This is where you can question everything. You're free from, um, and again, we will fall multiple places because we have different
Mhm.
beliefs. This belief may
Right.
only like music, but that comes up often. Music for
Right.
me would be level two preference. I'm not going to listen to disco
Mhm.
because I prefer to be correct and holy and listen to extreme hard rock, industrial, prog. You know, I just prefer. No, actually, that'd be more of an example. Maybe a 4 or 5, but yeah. But
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
you can say
prefer
it
to be
jokingly.
correct.
Yes, but yes, I just prefer to be on the right side of history. Um, but level 2 would be preference. Level 3 is identification. That is where this belief is part of who I am. The labels we use when we identify, we have to use labels because we're not going to sit down.
Mhm,
Who am I? Well,
mhm,
okay. It was
mhm.
a summer day when I was born. I First day of my existence, I woke up. Then, you're not going to be able to do that. How you
Right,
identify is
right.
always going to be like reading the back cover, the back summary of a book. You are so much more
Mhm,
than what your identification is. Our identity will change based on who we're with. If you're
mhm.
at a work meeting or a work conference of some sort, you're going to say, "Hi, I'm Ben. I'm a GIS guy," or "I'm Ben. I'm a survey guy," or depending upon which group I'm in. "I'm Ben.
Mhm,
I work with scripts and things like that, scripting languages." It will change.
mhm.
You have music or you're hanging out with dudes. "Hey man, I'm a drummer, man. Hey dude, all right. Dude, check out my gear. All right." That it will change. And so yeah, again, each this is where beliefs, how we attach to belief style. So level 3 is identification. Level 4 is internalization. That's where you start saying, I am this belief. And last
Mhm.
is level 5, fanaticism. That is where, yeah, the most extreme, and that would be an example of level 5. And these are just tools,
Yeah.
just basically to, look at yourself, see, where am I? And the goal isn't necessarily to get to level 1 for everything. Just
Mhm.
ask yourself, am I comfortable with this? Do
Yeah.
I approve of where I am with this belief? Some beliefs will be much higher than others. Some will be part of our identification,
Mhm.
and they just will because words honestly are an empty symbol. There's empty containers that we use to mean something else. So,
Mhm.
um, how you identify, it's a container for thought, and the
Mhm.
words we use are often very lacking in the ability to fully describe things. If
Right.
that would be part of where you would want full telepathy, to where you're no longer using words, you're just
Right.
pictures, beliefs, and feelings instantaneously at the same
Right.
time. We just can't do that. I'm sorry, we can't.
Right.
Wish we could. It would make
Right.
things so much easier, but yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah, and level 5, of course, is
right.
where you can see a lot of, like we went into before. Level 5 is where you can see some churches, not all, but
Mhm.
I'm picking on Christianity just because our society is a Christian, at least North America. It is a Christian quote, using quotes around air
Mhm.
quotes around it, a Christian nation, meaning that's the majority
Right.
religion. Of course, that's changing now. But
Mhm.
level 5 is where it stops being about the object, God. I hate to call God an object,
Mhm.
but yeah, that is the object of what the church is supposed to be looking to. It stops becoming that God, and it starts becoming more about the church. And the example Christy brought up
Mhm.
about the whole Jesus made fermented grape juice. And I've heard that too.
Right.
I've
Right.
I've
It
heard that
wasn't
one
one.
too.
It was,
Yeah.
is that not the crazy? And as a kid, I was so confused. I'm like, wait a minute, but it's just
Yeah.
one or the other. Like,
Yeah.
I don't understand,
Yeah.
and, um,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, yeah. You look at the word used there. Where he
Mhm.
drank. It's the same word for
Mhm.
wine as do not get drunk off wine. Meaning that word means you can get
Right.
drunk off of it. Um, and of course,
Yeah.
Jesus made
Yeah.
wine. Same word.
Right.
So, but
Right.
that would be an
It's so
example with the
confusing.
belief that not drinking is somehow more unholy than what the story we
Right.
claim we hold to.
Right.
And you can see
Right.
this
Right.
in, oh my gosh, I think I will go after one. There is a one guy, what's his name, John MacArthur would be a good example, where like no, you there was one conference where there were a bunch of kids and they were just praising God, and they're listening to a particular style of music, and he came on and said, I wouldn't do that, you bunch of unbelievers, and you get an attachment with a demon and all this stuff if you're there. And blah.
Mhm.
Wow, what are you really saying? You're saying
Mhm.
because they're listening to this music, because they're repeating a phrase, which I'm sorry, you read the Bible, especially in Revelation, there's
Mhm.
angelic hosts that are doing this. Um, that means
Mhm.
they're no longer saved because the music they listen to. Okay, that would,
So
but yeah, that's a thing. I don't mean to get so specific, but I couldn't. I had to
no, no.
label
I was
something.
gonna say no. That's okay. I was gonna say that is somebody that I used to follow
Mhm,
devoutly. If that
mhm,
gives you guys an idea of where I was. And there was a story he tells where he had just gotten out of seminary. And I mean, he tells the story, so I'm not,
yeah,
as they say,
yeah,
telling tales out of school, where he thought somebody was possessed by a demon. And so he went to go do an exorcism on them, which most Baptists don't believe in, like, not like that. And he couldn't do it. He ended up saying that I don't know, it went sideways somehow. But yeah, again, there's it's so tricky, and as
yeah,
we were talking about it, I was thinking too about like what I do. So when people ask me, oh, so what do you do? I don't like labels. It's really hard to label what I do. So the best thing I could come up with was a holy woman shaman. But even that is it falls so short
yeah,
and so
yeah,
flat of what it is because Native American cultures don't believe in shamans. That is an East Andes type thing.
mhm,
Uh, their shamans would be holy men or women, and then there's shamans from other things. So, we do have to identify ourselves. We have to stay grounded in who we are. We can't just not have an
yeah,
identity.
yeah,
I think the important thing is that we have a healthy identity, that it's
yeah,
not all that we are. And, I would encourage I would encourage that, like, well, it's this but more,
yeah,
or it's, or like, oh, I'm too complicated to put in a box. What are you talking about?
yeah. Yeah, and people are gonna fall different phases,
Hmm.
different places. And again, I'm not attacking a
Yeah.
religion. I'm just using that
No,
as
no,
an
not at
example.
all.
Because
Mhm.
everybody's gonna drift a bit. And I'm not saying he's necessarily still that way. I don't know. I just know that's what he said.
Yeah.
And yeah, it hurt a lot of people.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
but sometimes things aren't what they appear. And
Hmm.
let's see here. And sometimes you can be walking. Oh, it's missing. Ooh. Sometimes you can be walking along. You face plant. Of course, of course, she was being tased. So yeah. Uh,
It looked like she was running away.
yeah, that's exactly what she was trying to do. very, very slow speed, but yeah. So,
Right.
uh,
Right.
well, yeah, that's well, what big do you have big plans for the rest of your I guess you don't have big plans for the day, do you?
No. At some point, I have to wake up my husband and my pitiful, pitiful, pitiful animals. Y'all,
It's sad.
they act like they are ASPCA animals. They
Mm.
get fed big bowls of like the best dog food that you can buy, wet food, kibble, all of it mixed together. And then you can make yourself a half of a sandwich and they're just looking at you so pitiful, like they haven't eaten in years and they've just been devoid of love. So we're gonna have to wake them up and take them out and go on a walk or something like that. But no, today I think we're just. Oh, Michael's gonna touch up the paint on the hood of the car. I
Mm,
think that's
mhm.
the exciting thing. It's supposed to be like 64 degrees here today. Uh,
Yeah,
so yeah, but um uh that's about
yeah.
the extent. Working on some stuff with Karina. Oh, so so I think I told most of you. So my channel is, um, oh yeah, yeah. Who would that have been? Maybe Clark. Here, I'll show you. I think I can turn this. Can you see my fireplace over there? We got Hetty and Edgar sleeping over there, and Kitty's
Yes.
asleep.
Yes,
um,
poor cats are always working.
oh, I know. They work so hard. They're the hardest working ones in the whole house. Um, I think I told most of you my channel is not coming back. Conversations with Christy is not coming back to YouTube, at least anytime soon. Karina and I are taking our platform over to Substack. We have decided to go with Substack,
Mm.
and it's called the Sacred Gypsy Travelers. And we are working on putting some of that together right now. So it's going to be much more focused around yourself and community and creating like this very beautiful sacred container for yourself and those around you. And we're going to be talking a lot about the elements and things like that. So if you want to continue to follow us, I will post it in YouTube and on my Facebook group when it's ready, but it's going to be called the Sacred Gypsy Travelers over on Substack. We're going to have free and paid content, so we're going to do some videos and everything over there. So uh, I've been working on that with her. That's really exciting. We're both so excited to get
Mm.
off of YouTube and head over to Substack, where it's more, it's not so much about interaction, but it's more about practice.
Mhm.
And actually the practice and really integrating what what your healing path looks like. Um, yes, yes, Teresa. We'll be announcing that when we go live. So again, uh, no, I'm. This is my RV. So like, there's my. We have a fireplace, and then my front door, and then there's my little kitchen. I painted the cabinet, and then kitchen table. Back over here is the cat tree, and then through that door right there is the bathroom and the bedroom. And yeah, we did different ceilings. So we have wood ceilings and like this pin punch stuff. And
Mm.
yeah, so this is my RV. This is where I live. It's my rolling house.
Great
I'm just
chaos.
facing a different way. Yes,
Yeah.
Happy New Year. I'm just
Yes.
facing a different way. I thought people might like a better view than out my window looking at other RVs.
No snow there, huh? You're not
No,
no
no,
snowmageddon?
no,
Okay.
nothing. No, it has gone all around us. I tell you what, I don't know about you guys, but this Christmas for me has not felt like Christmas. On Christmas Day, it was like in the 70s. We had the doors open and the AC running. It is not. Thank you, Chaos. It has not felt like Christmas at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's been cold, but no snow, no nothing. It's just been like I don't know. I told Michael, I said I want to be places where I can experience all the seasons. Like that was the cool
Mm.
thing about growing up in Colorado. I got to see all of the seasons. You know, we got
Mm-hmm.
snow, we had a really beautiful fall, we got to see the aspens change color and drive through the mountains, and Christmas felt like Christmas. And
Mm-hmm.
summer was great. You know, we could go swimming in the lakes and go wading in the rivers and stuff. And then you get here and it was literally like the real feel temperature was like 107, 110 at different times. You couldn't really go outside. The poor dogs would just
Mm.
overheat if they were outside too long. So definitely what's great about my life is I get to travel around and see lots of different places to get to figure out where I like to be. So that's
Mm.
been nice, you know.
And the yeah, just to before I intentional, not intentionally, before I derailed things. Again, the goal out of the five attachment layers, attachment styles, levels of attachment. There we go. I knew the word was in my head somewhere. Isn't the goal out of all that isn't level one perfection? It's about noticing escalation and where you are with beliefs. And, always with a lot of things, see that awareness, just simply being aware creates choice where you can choose, yes, I'm going to follow this, or no, I'm not. Awareness is one of the best inoculations you can have against influence. And of course, I've gone into that a million times where how ad companies are using influence to try to convince you that you're not happy yet. You're you need to
Right.
compare yourself to Miss Twiggy here who's dancing around. She's so
Mm-hmm.
happy. Don't you want to be like Miss Twiggy?
Right.
Don't you like, to males, don't you like Miss Twiggy's body? Isn't Miss Twiggy sexy? Don't you want Miss Twiggy? As if buying a kitchen knife is going to equal Miss Twiggy. But that's how they sell
Right.
it. That's how they do it. And then of
Right.
course women, and of course to women, it's you're not Miss Twiggy. You want to be Miss
Mm.
Twiggy, feeding on the insecurities we have,
Yeah.
wherever camp they fall in. And if you buy Miss
Yeah.
Twiggy's knife, you will look like Miss Twiggy. Don't mind the fact that
Right.
Miss Twiggy's probably got an issue with some substance and that we may have airbrushed her. You want to be Miss Twiggy. Yes.
Right. Right.
And it's amazing how that is in music. I mean, I guess
Mm.
music has always been, no, I don't think it's always been that way. I like to think in the 60s
Yeah.
and maybe early 70s, up to then, they
Yeah.
weren't being held necessarily as an ideal. This has just become 70s, 80s, 90s on to now that's become a
Mm-hmm.
cult of personality kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and then of course everybody wants to be like Leonardo, whatever. Um, yeah, everybody wants to be a movie star or be like a movie star.
Right. Right.
And
Right.
yeah,
Right.
I don't want to be Miss Twiggy. Oh, come on. I like whoa. Just like Puerto Rico, it's hotter.
I don't know.
It's hotter saying than
Oh.
hell. I
Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy to see
Don't
ourselves
confuse it.
in other places, but oftentimes the fantasy the fantasies what we
Mm-hmm.
have are fantasies we
Mm-hmm.
have of traveling and being in other places are often devoid of the little joy killers that come along often, like what happens when you're traveling along and you get toothache or you accidentally put diesel in a gas running car, or all the little stuff that we get a flat tire. Um, and who was it? I think it was Jordan Peterson that pointed out, what does it look like when you retire? Well, I picture myself on a
Hmm.
beach sipping a margarita. Well, that's not life. That's a poster.
Hmm.
Yeah, you could sit on the beach and you can
Right.
drink margaritas, but eventually your body's going to fall apart, and you can't exist that way. um,
I will
yeah,
tell
real
you,
life invades.
it's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I mean, our life is fun. I love it. I really don't want to give it up.
Hmm.
You know, I want to get a bigger, nicer bus and travel around. But it is really hard because, like you said, you've got to worry about the route from point A to point B. What's in between there, what happens. The biggest struggle that we have is we don't have a home base.
Mm.
So we have to use like my brother's address. We used my mom's address forever, and my mom
Mm.
sold her house and moved, and we can't use that address anymore.
Oh yeah.
So that address is on my driver's license. It's on our insurance. It's on the title to the RV. It's on
Oh
everything. Michael's stuff is in Kentucky. So, and whenever we go somewhere, this is really weird. And I didn't know this. I didn't understand this until someone at the Ramkota Hotel in Casper, Wyoming explained this to me. If you receive mail at a place and you have been there longer than 30 days, they consider that your resident.
mm.
So then you become a resident of that. So if you like Google me, it will show the Ramkota Hotel in Casper, Wyoming as an address that I lived at because we were
Yeah.
there like forever. But it's
Sure.
it's hard to get mail. It's hard to get packages. It's hard to kind of figure stuff out. Every place is a new place. So it's an
Mm.
opportunity to see new things and do new things and meet new people, but you don't know anyone there.
Yeah.
So you go in and you're completely disconnected. So every time we go to a new spot, it's like we're completely starting over, unless we've been there before. And then we
Mm.
kind of know our way around. We're not going to know the same people because they would have
Mm.
left. But it is difficult. And living in an RV comes with its own
Yeah.
set of like things just don't work the same.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
But
yeah.
um
It'd be like tiny house living. Every time you buy something
yeah,
as
yeah,
inconsequential and small as this, you have to have a place for it. If you don't have a place for it, you
right.
have to get rid of something else. And
Yeah.
yes.
Well, and that's why I love Audible is
Mm.
I love, don't get me wrong, I love to pick up a book and read. I mean, I still use notebooks. This is my notes for today's show, by the way. Um I love that, but I would have over 100 books. And believe me, when we were before we got the RV, when we were traveling, and this is especially true when we went to Alaska, my backpack that I had my clothes in was like this small military issue backpack, not like a rucksack, just this little backpack. And I had this huge suitcase that my mom took when she went to Africa. That thing was piled with books and crystals and cards and trinkets and crap, and it weighed like 90 pounds. I had more stuff crammed in that than I had clothes.
Mm.
And so, that's why like things like Audible is really good. But I will
Mm.
tell you this, when I get something that I really want, I will get rid of something. Um,
Mm.
get a tiny house and haul it on a trip. You know what's funny? There are so many rules about this kind of like there are a lot of RV parks that will not let you bring a tiny house there. Like they don't allow them in. And
Oh.
if I got, and I know you're joking, but I have a Corvette. So in order for me to get a trailer and to pull something, I would have to get a whole new car. Trinkets, yes. Oh my God. Oh, I don't know if you guys can, like, do you see above the fireplace, like right here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
that is a little cabinet, and that has some of my elements that for working. Like there's dirt up there, there's water up there, there's a stolen Edgar Allan Poe book up there that we stole. um, but that's where some of my stuff is. So I've got like these little cubbies all over that stash with stuff. I tell Michael, if some random person who didn't know us were to come in here, they would be like, "What the hell is going on with these people?"
Mm.
I don't understand. So
Yeah. And you, of course, you
yeah.
can also, yeah, with the, she's talking about the, or chaos is rather talking about the, uh, not allowing tiny homes in,
Oh yeah. Oh, it gets even worse, you guys. So you can get like a brand new RV. It's like buying a house. So they cost anywhere from 100,000 up to $1 million. You pick your price range. You have to have a 620 credit score. You've got to put 20% down. You have to have a permanent address because they don't want you just living in it. Because if they were to have to come take it away, they've got to know where, you know. Um, so, but
Mhm.
most RV parks, well, okay, let me rephrase this. Some RV parks will not let you have an RV in there that is 10 years old or older, but you take out a 20-year loan on an RV. So think of this. You buy a $250,000 RV. You have to have 20% down. You have to have a 620 credit score. You get it for a 20-year loan. But the RV parks, some RV parks, Arizona, Texas, Florida, they're really bad about this.
Mm.
Um, won't let you in there if it's older than 10 years. So at that 11-year mark, you've got a 20-year loan, right? But at that 11-year mark, there are certain RV parks that will not let you in. It's insane. It's insane. And I've seen that. Dreams can be nightmares too. Yeah, you learn to navigate it. You learn to navigate it. Like there's always a workaround. Um, you learn to ask a lot of questions and, you know,
Mm.
like, are there age restrictions? Is one of the first, and some RV parks don't, they're only like senior. So you've got to be like 55 and older to stay there. Some are military only. Some, you know, like I said, you have to have a newer RV. Um, yeah,
Mm.
yeah, yeah. And no, it's just they're snobs. They're snobs. This is a 94 or 96. So
Mhm.
actually, the older, you know, kind of like, yeah, you know, it is. And the good thing is, okay, the good thing, the bottom is kind of falling out of the RV market right now, so you can get this really nice, expensive RVs for a whole lot less. People just aren't like, but um, it is kind of living off grid. And so, you know, like if where you live changes all the time, you don't have a permanent address, there are just like property taxes and stuff like that don't apply to full-time RVers. And I think
Mm.
it's more they do that so that they don't get like a Breaking Bad RV. You know, like they just want everything to look nice. So sometimes, um, you know, like you'll find a place and you'll ask, do you have age restrictions? And they might be like, well, yeah, but if you send us a picture of your RV and they approve it, then they will let you stay in. Some places flat out won't though. Like there are places where if like the $1 million RVs live, especially in Arizona, um, that just are like RV resorts that are ridiculous. But most people like us that are full time RVers are a lot of people who do what Michael does. They travel around for work.
Mm. Mhm.
um, Most RV parks are really accommodating, and you know, if you just communicate with them, they're super amazing about it. So it's not all RV parks, but there are some, and they're adamant. Like if they put it on there, no RV over 10 years old. If you've got one that's 11 years old, I wouldn't even bother calling because they're probably not going to let you.
Let's see if I can change the theme. Oh, okay. That's okay. Do they have a default background? I was thinking Rick is going to join us next, or he's the next up on the show.
Hey.
So I'm trying to get into the default theme. Let's go with Ned. Oops. I dropped Christy somehow. How did I drop Christy? There's Christy. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to drop you. I can't hear you.
You're okay.
Oh, there you go. Okay, let me see if I
Can you
can
hear me
change it. Yeah. Oh, what's this? What's this? Is this a background? Ooh. Oh, what's the countdown? That would drive people insane. Just constantly see that countdown.
Right.
Oh, that makes for an interesting
That's me
background.
most of the time. Yeah.
No. Crud. I'm really missing. Oh, here's an unentitled. There we go. Okay.
There we go. That's a cute one.
Yeah. Just trying to do this so Rick doesn't have. There, is that Rick? There's Rick. I'm gonna go ahead and bring him on stage and slowly transition over. Hey Rick, how you doing this fine day?
Hey.
Oh, I don't know if he's ready yet. Can't hear you, Rick.
I'm just getting all set up. How's everybody doing?
Not too bad yourself.
Doing okay. Doing okay.
Oh, okay. She's
Well,
got
you guys,
somebody.
I hear
hear?
Sweetie. I hear
Oh.
Sweetie knocking at the door, so I'm gonna let you guys go so I can take them OUT. You guys, I hope that you have the most amazing New Year. Please take care of yourselves, and I will keep you posted about Substack. But you guys, take care.
Christy, as always, thank you for joining us. Okay, that hair is going to drive me insane.
There we go.
Oh, and my
I'm
hat's
here
set
bouncing
too small.
around trying to get everything right.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry. Heck.
There we go. Got a picture up now. So that was pretty interesting, Ben. I enjoyed that immensely.
I'm now trying to explore the world of using notes.
Oh, yeah?
And yeah, it's hard to get used. When I started for a long time, I just tried to always go off the cuff. The thing is I derail myself often. So yeah, I'm trying to find the right amount of notes to use. Do I use bullet points like today, or do I go on? The problem with going on is like, okay, people, now we are exploring the world of, you start reading instead of just interacting. So
I myself am not good with any of them. But I'll practice. I'll get better. I actually picked up some question kind of stuff today. Just just try to lead it somewhere instead of into nowhere.
Oh, morning trouble. How you doing this fine day? Susie, again, thank you so much for the Christmas present. That was awesome.
Yeah, a beluga.
Oh, thank you so. Oh, I wanted to bring these out. She made handcrafted Christmas cards. I think they're awesome. This one,
yeah, that's pretty cool.
I mean, Christmas donkey makes sense, right? All those I held dear, I thought you would appreciate a little ass at Christmas.
I like that one. That's pretty darn good.
I love handcrafted stuff. I'm just kind of a stick in the. This Christmas just caught me completely unprepared, and I just kind of, okay.
I invited myself to Christmas dinner. I haven't been in a lot of years, just due to life or whatever. So I just showed up at the family's house and said, "Hey, I invited myself for the Christmas dinner. I'm here." It was really tasty.
No, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm going to go ahead and let you take over, and I will excuse myself. So
Okay,
great,
Ben.
so great to see you, Rick. Nice to see you around. I hope you have a great day and an awesome stream.
I'm going to do my best and we'll see what happens. So, hello, everybody in the chat. It's nice to see you all. Thanks for joining us. And I hope your holidays are really going well. I enjoyed myself. I got to go visit the family a couple times during the holidays because they're always working. So, like, when they're finally off work, you've got to take the chance and enjoy. Go see family. So, I got a couple funny questions. And this one is, if you were a computer, what would you ask a human? It says, what do humans keep clicking remind me later and then act surprised when the thing pops up? Right? I'm one of those people who don't follow calendars really well. So for me, yeah, that's sort of true. I set the alarm and it pops up and it's just like, oh yeah, like I never knew. Same person that set the alarm is surprised. The other thing is, if you don't read the terms and conditions, then what are you mad at? When things go wrong, pardon me. You get on there and you say you've been banned because of this or whatever. And you think, well, I'll be honest with you, I did not really read the terms and conditions, so it'd be easy to, do something in regards to that because, well, I guess now I have to go back and read the terms and conditions. I've just exposed myself business-wise in regards to this. It is. When a computer breaks down, why do people yell at it? Right? Like, if you think you can think in here, not the ones here, anyways, not the ones I guess they can nowadays, with Alexa and stuff like that, Well, I guess that doesn't apply anymore, but it is what it is. Why do humans close tabs and then they say, where did it go? Where'd it go? Also in a theater, Ben, don't turn around or don't run out that door. That's right, Theresa. It definitely will be answering back now, and technically the Alexa things do, And I guess if you modify those, I think they're Ramba vacuum cleaners, they run ride around all by themselves. I guess you can put voices and lights on them too. But it is, you ever notice whenever we're typing in the password and it comes up wrong password, we still type in the same password over and over again. Like if it isn't working, probably the wrong password, right? I really appreciate y'all being here and interacting on the chat. It is most helpful. Is I have no idea what the hell I'm doing, but I'm practicing and learning. So this works out rather well and most helpful, the interaction. If you're not going to save a file, why do you work on it for 3 hours? It's just one of those things, It's really human. It's just a human and you work on something, you go, well, I should have saved that. Yeah, that's definitely true for me. Sometimes I write books or do deep dives into just for information and collect it all. Work 3 hours, and you go, it didn't turn out how I want. And then I hit erase, 3 hours, or just close it out without saving it. How come humans open up 47 tabs and say, damn computer so slow? It's like if a waiter or waitress carrying 47 plates and man, those people are slow. Oh yeah, that's pretty good for the MS Word. I myself use that's not going to come to me. Something Office, but anyways, it's not going to come to me. So many programs. Yeah, it's so easy to go down a rabbit hole and keep opening up tabs. Chat GPT says, check this out. You go there, you check that out, and then there's a video to back it up. You watch the video, and the next thing you know, you got like a whole strip of tabs open, eh? 57 on Edge, 43 on Firefox, 12 on Brave. Ben, one time you showed your desktop and all that, and right across the top of like the Google or whatever, it was just tab after tab after tab after tab. So like I 100% believe that one. I'll have to look at it, what it is. It's like I have all these tabs open up, and that is what it is. It's the free one. Let's see. Yeah, how come humans ask the computer to fix it without telling them what it is? How do you fix? I do enjoy watching the fix it videos. The other day I watched how to chop a car windshield. You know how like when you chop top a car in order to cut the windshield to fit, it costs a lot of money to have somebody else cut it. And I thought, I want to learn how to do that. So like I checked it out, and there you go, eh? It's funny when the computer puts up a thing that when you hit delete, it's got, are you sure? And you just like click, click. You don't even worry about it, eh? It's just automatic. But that's us humans, eh? We don't always make great choices, but that's the life experience. Sort of like Ben was talking about, choices and influence and stuff like that. Well, it's been great seeing you, Heat my shorts. It's always nice crossing paths, and hope you have a good day and a good year too, since it's number one day, right? Here's why do we press harder on the remote when the batteries are dying? You ever notice when it's not responding and all that? You're like hitting it, and pressing hard. You're like shaking it and tapping it. And funny thing, eh? I guess all humans do it. Well, at least all the humans I've met so far, anyways. What I like about it is a lot of people don't think batteries are rechargeable. And you think, okay, how do you think they charged them in the first place? So put the batteries in and charge them when they're dead. It's a battery, but it is what it is. But I guess that's a great way to make money. Yeah. If corn oil is made of corn, what's baby oil made from? Right? I hope not. But it is a funny thought nonetheless, right? Why are you looking at that baby that way? Need oil? I guess technically we do. That's what they did for whales, right? So whale oil's whale oil. Yeah, sure took the humor out of that quick, eh? Here's something I'll show you guys. This, let me see how much. Not sure. Okay, this here was for 7 months the world's smallest usable transport truck. Right here is where your legs go, and here's a seat here where your bum goes, and this here's the steering wheel. As you can see, if you can picture like a handicap scooter, these here wheels here, you can see they're handicap scooters. And this day in particular, I needed some wood from the lumber yard, so for the heck of it, I took the tractor trailer, and you see this is the wood right here. So how funny is that, eh? But I'll move it down. Hopefully you can see more. But this might pop open big. Oh, no, it didn't, eh? Well, that's good. But yeah, I built that just when I was bored or whatever. In between inventions I build, when I've got like a mathematical or a problem like that. But I build things when I'm stumped. I got a mathematical thing that takes a little while to figure out. But yeah, and I use that for advertising. Is this here on the side here? That's the cover of my book, Man, Moon, Mars Mystery. And then usually it doesn't have a load on it, so you can see this. But this here red and blue one is my book, Rick. So I just figured since everybody's taking pictures of it and checking it out all the time, why not? Use it for advertising. But I like it. I like it. It's fun. Ride it around, people are waving at you. You got your own parade. Makes people really happy, actually. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So, if tomatoes are fruit, does that make ketchup a smoothie? Right? Because technically tomatoes are a fruit. But I do enjoy ketchup. Got a truck, and I also got a canoe, and then a knight in armor that I ride around on. And right now I'm building a 33 Ford 3-window coupe. So gets lots of attention. Well, that's good. I'm glad. I love making people laugh. So that's awesome. Right. Why is abbreviation such a long word, eh? Like, it should be pretty much an abbreviated word. That makes no sense that it's 9, 10, 12. 3, 6, 9, 12 letter word for abbreviation. Well, it is what it is, I guess, eh? It's funny how we say sleeping like a baby, but babies wake up every 2 hours. So I'm not sure if that's a good statement, sleeping like a baby. You'll be up in an hour. But it is what it is. This doggy up on the screen his name's Marky. He lives in British Columbia now. Yeah, Marky Mark used to call him. My mom and pa raised Yorkies, purebreds, but they were like tiny, tiny ones and all that. And I just, I was around all the time. You got to, shovel mom and dad's place and, do all that kind of stuff. But I knew this guy from the day he was born. Hey, Patrio, thanks for coming. Bigger kidneys, bigger kidneys. Yeah, thanks for joining us. Appreciate that. It's pretty cool. We're just asking silly questions and stuff like that. This, um, if you clean a vacuum cleaner, are you not the vacuum cleaner? Right? Just makes you wonder. Sort of like the why does your nose run and your feet smell joke, eh? Just one of those ones. It's an obvious but funny what the heck, eh? Why is it called rush hour when traffic's barely moving? You ever notice that? So you guys have dogs or enjoy dogs or what's your dog status? Used to have a bull mastiff. He was well, I liked all the dogs that we've had, but uh, Pootie, my bull mastiff, he was a real buddy. People used to think he was a trained dog, but realistically, he trained me because he would just give you his signal, and you knew exactly what he wanted. He needed water, he needed food, needed to go out, needed to go for a walk. I think he was like 140 pounds. A Shih Tzu, eh? They're nice. They're good buddy dogs. Keep you comfortable and happy, and if you're feeling sick, they'll cuddle up to you and warm you up on the inside too. I know a good dog is a good pal. Oh yeah, me too. I don't have a dog either, Krumo. I uh I would like one, but they're a full commitment. I had a construction job one time when I had my bull mastiff. And I went and did the job interview, and the guy said, because I had the dog in the car, he goes, "You're gonna have to bring your dog to work every day because he's clearly like your buddy like that." And I was like, I didn't ask that, and nor like would I. I can't imagine that somebody saying, "You mind if I bring my dog to work every day?" They'd say, "You know what? I don't think we need to hire you," is what they'd say. But yeah, he said that, and I brought my dog for say a month, something like that. But then the inspector came in, and my dog was happy with everybody on there except for the inspector. And the inspector, you know, sort of told us couldn't have the dog there at the work site, that kind of thing. But that was funny. He loved, 100 people working on the site, but the inspector was like, you know, and he didn't, at 140 pounds and a mad dog at you. The inspector didn't like it at all. But it was still funny to me. I liked it. If money doesn't grow on trees, how come the banks have branches? Long haired chihuahua. Yeah, I wonder if money doesn't grow on trees, why is it called a branch? Hmm. Because other stores, when they expand, they're called outlets. Hmm. Hmm. Must be some sort of reference there. It's hmm. 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 Yeah, I wouldn't mind a nice bull mastiff. Um, if I got another dog, I think that's what I would aim for. But you got to have room for those, and you got to be willing to do long walks 3 times a day. So it's a commitment. And you also got to have the money for vets because a dog like that, well, all dogs, if you really take care of them, the vet bills, they add up pretty quick. Ever wonder what the first person to drink milk from a cow was thinking? Walking along a country road, say, check out that cow. I wonder if I, you know, surely before they drank the milk, they seen cows kick something, right? So I can't imagine, hey, I'm going to put my head there. I wonder how many times he got kicked in the head trying to, from perverted old man or something. I guess I shouldn't have just man or woman, but walking along with this person, they run over to a cow and do that. You'd be like, what the hell is wrong with Ed? Yeah, I would say that's a big dog. What do you call those white dogs? Oh man. Oh man, the name's not coming to me right now, but it's an all white dog, but it's they're like, pretty gigantic. I'd say 120, 130 pounds kind of thing. Oh man, White Pyrenees. Not, I know somebody they had one years ago and enjoyed it, but one of the family's friends got one now. It's still a pup, but it's still a gigantic pup, if you know what I mean. You look at the paws, and they're like, "That's gonna be a big dog." Well, that's good. Like stirring up brains, eh? Yeah, I was fortunate. The extra large dog I had was Bull Mastiff Bouvier mix, and he really didn't drool, but he was a handsome dog, you know. Actually, he was a really good friend. He wasn't just a dog. Pootie was a friend. His name was Pootie Tang, and that means something. And I said to him when I got him, I said, "Your job is to get me women, so I'm going to name you Pootie Tang." And we called him Pootie. But if any kids were around, we call him Cootie with a C. And man, he just got a ton of attention. He was good. At the time I had him, I drove a Honda CRX, which is a little Honda car where you can reach the front of the grill from the driver's seat it's 4 feet to the front of the grill, and you can sit in the driver's seat and put your arm on the back and touch the rear part of the hatchback where it opens. And here I had this dog in there. It was hilarious. Oh yeah, I didn't know it was a diet. I guess if you don't feed them delicious things, their mouth don't water, right? Hey, Grimo? Sort of like me. Last night I had a meatball sandwich. Oh my goodness, it was so good. And you know what? I think you might be right. I'm drooling right now. If the universe is expanding, what is it expanding into? Right? Just one of those things. Man, the universe is one big thing, eh? I sort of got a feeling that we all live in a cell, you know, from microscopic to gigantopic, I guess. No, but the universe size, I sort of think it's all just progressively large cells. It's the best way I could put it. It's just a cell within a cell within a cell within a cell, and each cell thinks it's its own universe. You know, that kind of thing. Just that's neat about the diet, though, the dog diet. I had no idea in regards to that. I'll have to pay attention to that if I get one in the future. If nothing lasts forever, how come forever lasts forever? Even the word forever seems to always have been around forever. Hmm. Hmm. I think I got smoke coming on my ears on that one. That'll get you thinking. Forever. It'd be neat to live forever, except for everybody you knew and loved would have come and gone. So I'm not sure if it would be so neat to live forever, but I guess you always have new people coming into your life. Hmm. Forever, eh? Well, you know, the terrible thing, if you live forever, so the line of credit, you know, so if you got a loan, they could literally put on there, well, 1,500 year payments. That'd be a celebration when you know, the house is paid off after 2 million years, you know. But that's just me. That's just me. There's my beluga buddy. My neighborhood here, the Marineland here has 30 beluga wells, and they were trying to get them to move or get them. Anyways, Marineland didn't close down, and they didn't want to feed the whales anymore. So the debate was let them die, or have them put down, or have them moved. And man, it was a big butt debate. You know, like these things made you know, millions of kids happy, millions of parents happy. Got us used to nature and happiness and all. You know, like in between. And you know, I know it was just, you know, apparently they found a home, got through the government paperwork now, which is pretty cool. Which is pretty cool. Well, you know, as an inventor, Kerumo, I'm probably pretty aggravating to hang around too. But I don't know. That's the terrible thing about being an inventor. They always ask you question after question after question. But that is what it is. What, what can you do? Classic theme brought up in vampire books. Yeah, yeah. That is true about the forever thing and vampire stuff. Right now, I'm watching a show they called Ghost, like 30-minute comedy kind of a thing. And I find it interesting and funny. I enjoyed it immensely. That being said, I also enjoy the show Toast of London. That's funny but stuff. To me, to me, if you try to fail at something and you succeed at failing, did you fail? Are you a success? What the hell are you? What the hell happened, right? So if you fail or try to fail and you succeed, hmm, hmm. Well, at the very least, I'd say you'd be a complicated individual. You know, if you're that good, why aim to fail? This. Smart people are funny. What can I say? I enjoy the humor from them. Why is the word dictionary in the dictionary? A, it's on the front of the book, so why does it need to be on the inside? And B, if you don't know what the heck it is already, you wouldn't have picked dictionary. For the whales, I believe the government has approved a place in Nova Scotia or Newfoundland to have them move to. When nobody was doing something, I stirred up a little bit of stuff, but thank goodness some big corporations stepped up and are going to do something because it would have took a few $1 million, $2.5 million for basically to do the move. But I'm glad I didn't have to raise that. But yeah, that's why I started the channel Save the Whales 30. But when the big corporations stepped up, I just thought like they're way more prepared. But I just figured if nobody was stepping up, somebody should step up. So, but I'm glad I didn't have to turn. I was just about to set off the fundraiser stuff, and then the other people stepped in. I was like, "Woo, dodge that one." And I'm an inventor, so I'm very successful at the inventions, but I fail at the business. So I can definitely understand that one, eh? If time flies, how come there's not a bird cage in the front of clocks? And that's from my mind, because they've always said time flies. So anything you have that flies, generally you have a like bird cage thing on the front of it, or it in a bird cage because it's a bird. I guess there's flying fish, but I've never seen anybody have one of those in their house, right? If it was in a bird cage, you'd think the person was crazy. Yeah, I'm thinking, talking about clocks. Um, who picked when time started? Who said this is noon? And I wonder what time did they start the first clock at? And don't refer to sundials there, Ben, because the position of the planets is what determined the first time in regards to sundials, right? I wonder if they had wrist sundials back in the day, because people use north and south really well. So, like, having a mobile sundial would be pretty easy. My opinion, anyhow. Just, yeah, I wonder who got to choose where to set the first clock, eh? Wonder where that is. It's a mix of them, Theresa. I pulled up a list I created a list of funny things and thoughts. Some of them I seen somewhere else, and some of them are just in my mind. So I don't know. I'm just that kind of guy. Just, I guess the same as colors. Eh? Who picked the name of the colors? Like the first ones. Because now you go to the paint store and that, and they've got crazy butt names. Yeah, probably be easy to do it in binary code, but I guess names are good selling points, draws people in. It's also good memory triggers and things like that. Fuchsia, you know, nobody's going to use fuchsia in a A7. Nobody's going to use fuchsia in a swear sentence, eh? You stupid fuchsia. I might use that now because that's people will be like, "Are you mad or are you telling jokes?" I can't really quite tell. uh, A7. If time flies, why do clocks exist? Right? Well, I am looking forward to being able to go to Mars and other planets and stuff like that. What's anybody else think? Think they're ever going to do it? I'm not sure if they're going to do it within our lifetime, but I think for sure they're going to do it. Yeah, why do clocks exist? First of all, I don't live my life that way. And I guess technically calendars too, because without clocks there wouldn't be calendars, would there? Because we wouldn't be measuring time. So if we're not measuring time, then we wouldn't be measuring days. But it is what it is. Why is there a D in the word refrigerator or in fridge, but the letter D is not in refrigerator? You got a fridge and refrigerator. I wonder how the D doesn't carry over. Doesn't make a lot of sense, in my opinion. Well. Well, myself, I've been enjoying the weather lately. It's I say, been we finally the day after Christmas we got snow and wind and cold. I don't know. I've been out walking in it a bit, and it's been most comfortable. So Ben, if you're here, let me show you something. This is my what do you call that? Night cafe page. So, anyways, when you said the brown note, let's see if you see that. But anyways, when you said the brown note, hopefully the picture's within the picture. I can't see it right. But yeah, it is. There you go. This is the picture that it generated when I put in brown note. Put in somebody heard the brown note, I think it says. Yeah. Person reacting to the brown note. So that's that. And then you said a tourniquet. So a tourniquet around the neck to stop a nosebleed. So what I did is I put funny person, doing a note for the nosebleed. And this is what I got, Ben. Yeah, tourniquet around neck with clown. So I don't know. It made me laugh anyways. But that's friggin' evil, eh? But I like the brown note. Well, I have it messed up here. There we go. Yeah, as you can tell, I'm not so good at that. But yeah, wouldn't it be funny, getting the brown note going? Because now scientifically, if there is such a thing, we should be able to pick it out. Again, it would be printed in binary, but well, too funny. Man, I like this beluga guy. It doesn't really show up so good on the presentation screen at this moment in time, but it's sort of a greeny blue background, water. If you can picture, ocean water, that kind of thing. Yeah, he's pretty cutie. He's pretty good, pretty cutie. Looks pretty happy also. Bit of a family resemblance too, maybe. So Ben, how do you figure we're going to figure out the brown note? Because I know once you do, you're going to put a speaker on your car and drive around at food festivals. That would be funny. Plus, they would not like you very much. Stop that car. Oh man. But it's too bad I didn't put pictures of the 33 up on my computer, because I woulda, coulda, shoulda, was able to pull them up. I'll show you. It's come along really good. It's just a handicap scooter that I built in 1933 Ford. I said 32, but 33 Ford. I started off with a 32, but I changed it to 33 because the grill's way nicer on the 33s. The 32s sort of have like smooth, I don't know, just not as sharp of a neat looking grill. So I changed it up. But I got the doors on. I shaped and was skinning the back with metal, the back window, and the back section of the roof. I got that top part of it made so it's a seat, but you lift it up so you have access to the batteries and all that. And I got the upholstery blue and yellow upholstery so I can make it like two racing stripes for the seat. Got to sew that up. I haven't sewn a bit, so like might have to practice a little bit, but it's a Bernina, so it'll go well. The brown note. You know what? I forgot about that there episode, Ben. But yeah, yeah. But I think it would that note would you would don't have to create it in an extreme bass or an extreme tweeter. You know, something below hearing or something that is more like just shaking your body like an earthquake inside and out. But you have to have a pretty powerful bass speaker, I think, where we just, sort of like, because, now that you think about it, everything has its note, right, Ben? Where like you can put a specific vibration onto a rock and move it, like, 1 or 2 ton rock and one person can move it. So I guess technically there should be a certain vibration which would be created by a note and a bass and the booster for the bass that would vibrate the body at a specific point where the muscles would relax enough that they would be able to release. And if you base this off a muscle massager, yeah, because like it releases tension with a muscle massager, and basically they're vibrating a specific speed, so hence therefore a note, right? Hmm. Well, yes, I guess I do think the brown note would be possible, but you'd have to find a note that massages the whole body, big enough speaker that your whole body would relax. Hence, therefore, ta-da, brown note. So yeah, it is possible, Ben. It is. Let's get on that. People will be pissed. It'll be the one invention that I make that would be successful. That you can't make a dime from it. Damn it. See, I am an inventor. Damn it. There's no money to be made in that one. But you would be remembered. It'd be the Ben and Rick note. Hmm. Darn it. Why is so useless science always so much fun, right? Yeah. It was like back in the day when the Wright brothers invented the plane. Well, think about it. They started having cars, they had horses, they've had buggies, they've walked for centuries upon centuries. And, there was somebody's walking along going, I think I want to fly through the air. And, you were with them at the time, you'd say, you know what, that person's crazy. But now we've got, you know, basically floors of buildings flying through the air, going right around the world. It's pretty amazing. Are you super villain? what would your brown note super villain name be, Ben? Eh? Let's come up with a super villain name for Ben. Big bad brown note Ben. Big bad brown note Ben. Oh man. Super villain. Dun, 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 super villain. Your nemesis would be toilet paper. There's bacon. You know what? I seen that the other day. Must admit, at least I think it was the other day. But I seen it, and I did enjoy that shitty Ben. Ben with a shitty attitude. I can't imagine that printed on a super suit, eh? Ben going into the spandex store. Hey, I need shitty Ben printed on this if you could. I want the cape streaky. Uh, but it is what it is. Uh, Ben. You always lead us into deep thought, Ben. What can I say, huh? But I really like the bleeding nose, but you put a tourniquet around the person's neck to stop the bleeding nose. Damn, that was funny. I heard that, probably laughed out loud for, I don't know, a few minutes, because to me, that's funny. Ben Superville name, Deep Brown. Oh, man. Well, that'd be a hard sell, eh? Circus. Come hear the note. Make it your last stop of the day. Men, we're so damn silly. It is what it is. So, like the first person that rode a whale. Okay, think about it. It would have been in the ocean at the time. They can go thousands of feet, or at least hundreds and hundreds of feet down. So, much ever I want to strap myself to a whale. It seems like a bad choice. I guess you got to draw a line somewhere, right? No whale riding for me. However, it probably would be fun, but yeah, it's not for me. It's not what I do. It's not the Rick thing. There. Good old Marky Mark. He's the one guy who made it cool, even being a boy wearing a bow. Sort of like ladybugs, eh? Imagine the male ladybugs are probably pissed, eh? Because no matter where they go, they're still getting called a lady. You buff yourself up like, Arnold Schwartz, a ladybug. And it doesn't matter how buff you are or whatever you do, put racing stripes on you so you look cool or whatever. But you're always going to, excuse me, lady, sir. Yeah. Maybe that starts lots of fight in the ladybug community. But maybe it's just me. So, anybody got a favorite song? I did a song game last night. Man, it was a really good game. Like you put a crowd on one side, crowd on the other. They play a song. They come up with the year, the name, and the artist. And man, it was one fun game. I don't know how to. It gives you background music for your party, and it gets everybody involved. And when the music's on, everybody in the whole party's dancing. And the people that are playing the game. It was a nice interaction. I enjoyed it immensely. I knew a bunch of them at first. When I wasn't playing, I was just standing aside. I knew all the names and the artists, so I decided to play a game. I was like, it was a lot less ratio when you're in there. It was funny. Yeah, Chumbawamba. Get knocked out. I love that song, eh? And whenever anybody sings that out in public, you know, all the ages seem to join in. I can't believe how well known that song is. And dancing to it. Like, man, people love to dance to that stuff. I wonder what, I don't know. I listen to so much music. I have so much favorite. Like right now, I'm really enjoying Hotter Now. So, Hotter Now by Lucala, Lukala. And she's a talented lady, very talented. But like, I listen to a ton of music. So, you know, I enjoy Black Sabbath, Pink Floyd, Bruno Mars, Maroon 5, Tupac, all that stuff. Running on empty, Jackson Brown. Um, if you get yourself a quadraphonic stereo, Jackson Brown, that whole album is extremely. I know it's. I don't know if you're a music nut or whatever, but if you can find yourself a quadraphonic stereo, uh, it's a great album. I don't know, like the music just dances around in the room like crazy. There's not too many albums like that. It's one of the Rolling Stones they did in that. I can't remember which one it is at this moment in time, but the Jackson Brown album in particular, man, it really dances around. This quadraphonic being a old-fashioned stereo. If you ask somebody young nowadays, they wouldn't even know what the heck you're talking about. That being said, half the other adults wouldn't know what you're talking about either, I guess. I enjoy music immensely. Also like Kane Brown and Marshmello. I don't know, they're just so, Black Eyed Peas. There's just so much good music. You just, I am a music nut, you know. I don't know, just my list. I tried to do a list one time. I believe, if I remember right, 7 pages, 2 columns, both sides. It's like 2,000 songs is the least I could get it down to. Down to. Oh yeah, I love the got to move. Plus, I like the movie. You know, I'm not sure if it's a man thing or whatever, but as a man, I can say that I really enjoy animated cartoons, but animated like like Madagascar and stuff like that. Not so much like the Japanese anime. There's a little bit I enjoy it, but like it just not my flavor of anime. But quadraphonic stereo is an oxymoron. Well, stereo generally means 2 channels, and quadraphonic means 4 channels. Uh, so like, yeah, I understand what you mean. I understand what you mean because mono is 1, stereo is 2, and quad is 4. It is octagon. So if you had an 8 speaker separate system where you had each a channel would be oct, octaphonic, I guess, eh? There, yeah, yeah. And like Misha says all the time, all the hugs and loves to anybody that wishes to have them and accept them. I like the way she types that up. Eh? It's pretty cool. She's a pretty good soul. I enjoy her company, her conversations, and her subjects. I don't know. It's just nice. It's nice to know nice people. Eh? Wonder if anybody started a channel where they're just a jerk. You know, and because there's comedians that used to, not so much anymore, but comedians, and their whole job was to insult people coming in the door. I knew a bar in Fort McMurray that had a guy on the organ right at the door, and as everybody came in the door, he would insult the hell out of them and then play a tune and smile and tilt his hat. And just, it was the oddest thing. But the fun part is once you're in the bar and you're listening to all the insults as people come in the door. Yeah. I'm not sure if that would sell so much, but damn, it was funny. Never seen it anywhere else. you know, his introductions were so vulgar I couldn't even begin to repeat. But just picture the worst of like if somebody's walking in, the worst things somebody could say. The guy, that's how he made his living. Well, welcome, sir. And that's pretty much all the clean part. I'll tell you, you'd be spitting beer out of your nose. That was sort of fun. I think it would be unsafe right at this moment in time to be, having that job. But yeah, it was funny. It was definitely funny. Wish you guys were there. It's nothing better than a good memory as such. All that. I was back in the Fort McMurray days. It gets so cold there sometimes, and was in the valley had no wind a bunch. One time we were sitting at the stoplights, and happened to be a long stoplight and all that, and the smoke from the exhaust of the cars just went up and didn't go anywhere. Like just sat in the air. So by the time the light turned green, everybody at the light had to get out of their car and see if the other car in front of them had moved. Like you couldn't even see the brake lights or anything. It was the funniest thing I ever seen. This, but it is what it is. Like it was really cool life experience. In Saskatchewan in the wintertime, it got cold, so cold one time that the light out of the street lights went up. And you know how street lights are pointed to the ground. there's a back on it. So like, there's only one. It's like a flashlight. It's only going to point out, right? So like only point down to the ground. But there was a light snow falling, and at a certain temperature, instead of the light going to the ground, it bent up and pointed up into the sky. It was the craziest thing. Yeah, yeah. Hey, Darcy. Yeah, it was a rude restaurant. I'm not sure if there is such thing rude restaurants, but if it is, yeah, yeah. And be I guess there's places, was that medieval something where they used to have wenches for the servants and stuff like that. So like, yeah. Well, I guess if you got a waiter or waitress that's got a bad attitude against life, hey, at least they get a spot to work, eh? Oh, they do have them, eh? That's cool. I think I would enjoy watching that. It's never fun being the person receiving the insults, but once you get, like it's sort of like cold water, eh? Once you get in, it's just water. I would enjoy seeing that though. That would be most enjoyable. But that's just me. Well, yeah, I'll have to check them out. That'd be fun. That'd be fun. I check out so much stuff. Yeah, I never made it to the medieval one, eh? I know lots of my family did and all that. It's just, you know, they travel around. uh, it's just family stuff, eh? So they end up all over the place, and they get to try out pretty cool stuff like that. And we used to have one up in Toronto. I think for a while there might have been one in Niagara Falls, but I never made it to it. I'll tell you something funny. I went to Niagara Falls, and I was thinking of doing like a half hour thing just to see if I could. Just I do challenges in my life that you think, well, I can't do that. Well, go try. That kind of stuff. So I was at that point. So, anyways, I call them up and ask about it, and they didn't know my name, didn't know who I was, they'd never seen me before. I didn't go to the show. So, anyways, I went there that Friday night, and I decided, to watch, see how it goes or whatever, and see if I could do it. So, anyways, I'm in the lineup. Person at the beginning of the line, they pay for tickets. Everybody in front of me pays for tickets. I get there, yeah, just go on in. And then everybody behind me paid for tickets, but like I don't know if I just look like a comedian. I'm not sure why, but they didn't charge me nothing, just waved me in, thinking I was one of the talent. It was the funniest ass thing. Like how funny do I look when you let me into a comedy show for free? Or am I dressed incorrectly? Like I'll check that out, Darcy. That'll be good. Oh, too funny. But yeah, when I went to the show, got for free. I was conflicted because A, I got to save the money, but B, like, am I really that funny looking? But it is what it is. Think of the money I got to save, eh? Just, just for the heck of it, here's some other. There's a happy guy, and there's a shot guy, and some Nebula. And you're the best. Another you're the best. Cool van, like a spirit kind of thing. This is like a fish submarine with kids in it or people in it. And this is they're in Quebec. In Quebec, they're doing a thing. Well, yeah, I am there. In Quebec, they're doing a thing at a kid's schoolyard. They're not allowed to have any snow pile bigger than 3 meters, which is like 9 feet at 25 degrees. But yeah, they've did that. So I made that their safety kid video. Leave the kids alone. You imagine only being able to toboggan down a hill at school with 9 feet. It'd be aggravating as a kid, eh? Poor kids. It's always somebody who thinks they're smarter and better and know better in order to try to make their lives more complicated and a pain in the ass. It must be tough being a kid, and tough being a kid and having to put up with adults. But that's just me. I'm going to hit another button over here. See where I am for that. Then there's that. And then I'm back to this. And bear with me, folks. Well, it's getting towards the end of the show, so if everybody could raise their seats and put their put their trays up and be in an upright position, and please put on your seat belts because the plane's coming in. We're going to hit the landing. Thanks a lot for joining me, everybody, and the questions and the answers and the knowledge. Sort of cool. Look out for Ben. When you first watch Ben's channel, leave the volume down in case he starts having the introduction note for the Ben channel is the brown note. Could be dangerous. It's Ben scientific like that. I think we've come up with the answer in order how to figure that out now. But it is what it is. I enjoy Ben's channel. I hope he does. I wish he would do more. He always has such pretty cool knowledge, stuff that I would never know or think of. Hey, how's it going, Theresa?
Good. How are you? Great job today.
Well, was it fun?
It was a lot of fun. You had me laughing out loud like, wait a minute, how did you know?
Yeah. I don't know. As an inventor, I really think a lot. Way too much.
Well, no one's ever accused me of that, thinking too much. So
Well, yeah. I'm telling you, I'm amazed I have hair.
Oh, well, I got a lot of that. So that might be why I have so much hair, is that I don't think a lot.
Yeah, I wonder why with men we get bald on the top.
Uh-oh.
But as you get older, the hair on your ears grows like wildfire.
Don't get a menopausal girl talking about no hair in certain places and beards coming in that should not be there.
Yeah, so, I know it's got to be tough, eh?
It is. It's what's the word? It's infuriating, and there should be a cost associated with mitigating hair in places that girls don't want it. Now, there are some that don't care.
Yeah.
God bless them. But you will not see me with a mustache. I have really good friends that I'm like, if I'm in a coma, you freaking bring a waxer in and take that shit off.
Yeah. Don't let me die with a beard.
That's it. Don't let me die with a beard. I'm serious. Even though you're going to cremate me, don't cremate me with a beard.
Oh, totally understand that one.
Oh, my gravy. Anyway.
Well, young lady, I assume that you're up next, eh?
I am.
Awesome. It's nice crossing paths with you. Thank you very much for supporting me in regards to being in the chat and all that.
Absolutely.
It was really helpful. And look out for Ben's note.
I will. I will look out for the brown note.
Darn tootin'. Well, you have a good one, young lady.
Happy New Year. Thanks again. Yeah.
Thanks. Happy New Year to you, too.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody. Thanks for being here.
And hello, the chat. Hi, Ben. Thanks for being around, man. So it's funny because after I finished my portion last night, I really tried to stay awake for some of the people. And so when I went to bed, I left it on the TV. Now, you can't chat with your TV, but I left it on. So periodically, I would wake up and I was listening to Darcy and Tiff. Then at some point, Witchy Trista was on. I don't know. Are we still calling her Witchy Trista? For some reason, I thought there was a name change, but whatever. And then I woke up to Brian this morning, which you guys, if you haven't listened to From a Poet with some of his Suno that he takes the poetry and makes music, I have to say I really enjoyed it. And then, of course, there was Ben and Christy this morning, which was a surprise to me. I hadn't looked at the spreadsheet, or I didn't and misread it. And I'm like, oh, my God, Christy's back on with Ben. And the two of them always have a very good rapport. So, and then Rick with all of his talking points that, seriously, you don't think about these things, but now you want to go, well, if it says dictionary, why do you have to have the definition of dictionary? You have the freaking book. So anyway, it was just funny. So for today, for me, I'm going to do a little self promotion because today's January 1st, in case you didn't know. Depending, I guess, on what country you're from. I think Australia, it's will be January 2nd. But I'm kicking off my daily journaling. And so I posted on my channel, and I am going to do a short later, the word. So I'm going to create prompts, journaling prompts for people. It's really, more of a cathartic process. And so I'm just looking to say, hey, come join me if you're interested. And for those of us that struggle with journaling, my friend, and I hope I'm not being presumptuous, Cromel, he had talked about photo journaling. And so that's a way for him to communicate. And I actually started doing some of that. And I also did voice memo journaling. And I found in my clutter of journals, notes to myself, and I went to my phone, and I have like 3 or 4 video memos that I did on the spot that I forgot about. So it's really fun. And then Christy's not here, but Christy has this ginormous journal of all sorts of stuff and pictures and quotes, and as does, and I just found this out, Elizabeth from The More Intuitive Me. And I just think that it's, regardless of what it is, it's sort of a snapshot in time of yourself and your journey. And it also, for me, this is my intention for the year, is to help me release stuff, right? I've been spending a lot of time working on healing. I've been working on redemption, forgiveness. And so it's really going to be a challenge to do daily writing or daily journaling. And so having multiple ways of doing it, I think is going to be fun. So I'm going to give daily prompts for people to just think about. You can either use it or not, but it's to inspire people who said, well, I don't know what to think about. I don't know what to write. And some of them will be fun. Some will be lyrics, and some will be things that I stumbled upon, and others will be intentional for us to focus in on. So feel free to join me on this journey this year. And then there was another thing. I'm sorry. I just have to share this with you. I went to lunch with a friend yesterday. It was a treat. I was very surprised. But I ate some shrimp scampi, and it was filled with garlic. And I am radiating garlic, and my own presence is kind of offensive, even though I am Italian and I eat garlic on a regular basis. Holy jamoli. Woo! Do not release any air from your body, because you are going to be like, woof. So that's just something that I had to share right now, because I just got a whiff, and I've brushed my teeth, I've showered, I'm clean, and I'm like radiating garlic out of my pores. Yes, Darcy, I know. I love garlic. I'm the one who would go to a restaurant that had the garlic, roasted garlic on the table. I didn't eat a clove. I ate the whole freaking garlic. And I pay for it. But garlic's very healthy, and that's what I use to inspire me. Garlic's healthy, isn't it? Rick, I can't smell a thing. Oh, thank goodness you can't smell a vision through the computer. But I'm telling you, Rick, you were talking about the future and talking to our computer and going, what the hell are you freezing for? Pretty soon it's going to answer back, and pretty soon we're going to be able to smell through our computers and our TVs. I'm sure. Hopefully not in my lifetime, because I think that will freak me out. But what was the movie where it was with iRobot, right? With Will Smith. They had these robots that were in people's homes and did things and cooked and cleaned, but then they control you. Now, I don't want to be here because I don't like to be controlled. I have broken through many barriers of being controlled, and damn it, I will not be controlled. So anyway, this has been an amazing well, we're not quite 24 hours into this village of live simulcasting. But I think it's a lot of fun. And I think that there's been some great people in the chat. So I know I just want to express my gratitude for people being here. Kermel said he went to a garlic festival once in France and smelled like garlic for 2 weeks. Well, Kermel, that could be actually intentional, right? I don't want anybody near me. I think I'm going to have some garlic. It's eau de parfum. It's garlic eau de parfum for Kermel or any of us. And I mean, when I ate that garlic the whole garlic that had come to our table, I was in college. So, I grew up incredibly sheltered. We didn't have a lot of fancy things to eat. And I tasted it. I'm like, oh, that's really good. And none of my girlfriends were eating it at the table. I'm like, well, they're not going to eat it. I can't. I grew up from poor Italian people. You didn't leave anything on the table. I ate those. There wasn't just one garlic clove because it was a table of like 6 of us. I ate those 2 cloves and I slathered it over the bread. I dipped it in the garlic oil. I reeked for an eternity. And I mean, I was in my cubicle and it was like, I have had to apologize. I was like, I'm sorry, I'm wafting like Pigpen from Charlie Brown, in case you don't know the reference. I was like, woo, I was Pepe Le Pew. Pretty funny. So let's see. Garlic is the only spice and sugar. Oh, I love sugar. Oh gosh, that is so 2026, reducing my sugar intake. It's really for health purposes. It's also for mental clarity because it does change the chemistry in your brain. And so it's just been, smell-o-vision does not exist. Rick, does it? Invented a version of it, so I know it's possible. But mine's a cosmic thing. Okay. For a second, I was like, oh my God, I'm behind the times. And Rick had mentioned, who might want to go to Mars, or do you think we'll ever go there? Controversially, I don't want us to, because do we really need to screw up another planet and create chaos on another planet? But I really do. I think it would be a great adventure. And I think for adventurers, it would be something else. All right. 7 says, Rick, pull your finger. It's not smell-o-vision. You guys. All right. Now we got the boy potty humor. But no, my whole train of thought just went out the window. Flibberty Jimmins. Christine, hello and welcome and Happy New Year's to you. Thank you for joining us on this fun, chilly day. So where I am in Massachusetts, I'm kind of sorry Richard's not here in Carnosol. I wonder how much snow he got. We weren't supposed to get any snow and we were supposed to get rain after it. Ha ha. After this live, though I will catch Darcy, and I've been leaving it on 24 hours anyway, I have to go out and shovel. And I didn't do it beforehand just because I knew I was going to need my energy, and I'm already under blankets. I'm cold. My house, it's a rental. It's a lovely little 2-family Victorian house with breezes through the walls and the floors. So I didn't want to go outside and freeze my tuchus off before I had to come back in here and be all flushed and shivery. I don't even know what the temperature is. Hold please while I scan. Oh my gosh, 22 degrees Fahrenheit, but it feels like 7. And I can vouch for that because I've had to let the dogs out. And that's going to be one of my questions to you guys. But, what would make you laugh or giggle or feel good in a day? And for me, it's the puppies. You know, I love my dogs. My brother says I talk a little bit too much about them. Tough tiddlywinks. Um, they make me laugh and they love the snow. Now they're small, they're Shih Tzu dogs. So they're not that high off the ground. And when they jump into the snow, they get lost. They're boys. So when they tinkle in the snow, it's like, it's the funniest thing you've ever seen in your life. They have to lean into it. And it's a bundle of joy to watch them. So if you had to start a tradition, for yourself, for your family, I wouldn't do one for my family, but for yourself, for your friends, for your community, for the future, what do you think it would be? Like, what would your tradition be? Mine's always going to revolve around food. That's that might be just the ancestral tradition of Italians and Sicilians, because Sicily, as many of you know, is an amalgamation of multiple cultures, and all of them love food. I don't know too many cultures that don't really like food, but I would love as a tradition to have, like, if not weekly, which is probably excessive, a monthly gathering of just bring your favorite food to an event. Whether, you know, I don't mind hosting. I love having people come to my house. So bring your favorite treat, snack, appetizer. And that way people get to experience your food. When I worked at one of the hospitals in Boston, I was a director of professional or physician billing. Let's just make it simple. And I had great staff that came from everywhere. Cape Verde, Haiti, Vietnam, Puerto Rico. There was a couple of other places. I'm drawing a blank now. I really had a multicultural staff, and they were good freaking cooks. So we would do once a quarter, really not once a month, because we couldn't take that much time off during the day, but we would do a potluck. And it was just, what's your favorite traditional food? And I left it at that because I didn't want someone to feel like I was singling out a culture. You have to be very careful from I didn't want to be calling anybody out because of a different ethnicity. That stuff doesn't bother me, but in this litigious world, and especially at that time, you have to be very careful, and especially in a professional environment. So people would bring things that I never would have eaten, things like pig's feet. There was a dish that one of the girls made. I think we made a cookbook. So I have to go find it because it's electronic somewhere. And I asked everyone to please put in their favorite cultural recipe. Excuse me, something. Oh God, that was just garlic. Something that meant something to them that they would love to feed their family or people that they loved. So I would ask you guys, is there a favorite tradition or food that you would like? Ooh, I'm seeing Darcy just said, just a reminder, we are trying to help a channel get 50 subs. He popped in last night. Oh, all right. I would be more than happy to help with that. That's pretty cool, actually. Give the girl a break. She does have a little bit of ADD here. And all right, I wanted to pull it up because I want to see if it's something that I would really want to subscribe to. The one thing I definitely don't want to do is add to my list of channels that I then have to go back and unsubscribe if it's not my cup of tea, but I love me some bread. So I was lamenting that with the friend that I had lunch with yesterday, that in our area there is no Italian bread. There's no real Italian pizza. And it just makes me sad. Cow's udder, tasty food. Are you being serious? I can't always tell if someone's kidding or not, and I've never had what you're stating, but that's a cultural food. And, there are cultures that eat everything, and there are people that eat live bugs. Apparently, it's very nutritional. I would really, really have to be starving to want to try that. But I think I had shared before that I had gone to an Ethiopian restaurant, and I can't tell you what I ate. It was on a huge platter, and you turned it and you ate with your hands with bread. It's not like you went in caveman style and me food, let me just grab with my dirty hands. It's a Dutch tradition. Well, I'm just going to have to go back and experience it because it's one of my favorite countries. Rick says, I got to put my glasses on to read that word. Aria's here. Oh, wee, oh, wee, oh. Yakanuka beef, ginger beef. Ooh, cow's tongue. So, seventh, how would you prepare cow's tongue? And I guess I would ask you that too, Carmel. How do you prepare cow's udder? German potato salad, hands down. So, my uncle, I won't mention his name, but he's the eldest of my father's tribe. He was in World War II as a seminarian because he was studying to be a priest, went to Germany. When he was there, he met my Aunt Erica / Tilly. We Americanized her name for some stupid reason to Tilly. She came with him and they got married. And her German cooking, oh my God. Now, there wasn't one healthy, I don't want to say it wasn't healthy. That was rich food. Her stews, her meats, her potatoes, legendary. And I had asked her daughter, my cousin, did she save the recipes? And she's like, my mother didn't write anything down. It was all instinctual. I'm like, oh, because when I tell you, when I did go to Amsterdam to visit my girlfriend and her husband, we left him home with the kids, and she and I took a train to somewhere in Germany. And the food. And it's not a traditional food that I would eat because it's heavy. And I say that because I don't know a better adjective. It's richer. It's a richer food, not a heavy food, a richer food. So flavorful. I must have ate every worst you could eat. Bratwurst and something worst and in every combination while we were there for a couple of days. Loved it. And I'm really bummed that we don't have those recipes. And everybody, all my elders, I'm like, please don't throw away your recipe books. You know that I cook. You know that I like to cook. My auntie from my mom's side got moved to assisted living with her husband. They're old, they're in their 90s, but she was starting with dementia. So they wanted to be someplace that she was aware of. They had to sell her house. Unfortunately, my uncle passed in September. They threw out her gosh dang recipe book. My auntie had so many Italian recipes. I want to kill her sons. I love them, but I'm like, what? Well, no one's going to use them. Oh my God. That's when you want to bitch slap someone up the head. Okay, that's violent. Sorry. But you know what I mean, figuratively. And my other aunt does not want to part with her recipes. Well, when I'm dead, I'm like, you have 2 sons. They're going to throw it in the garbage. So I just, my nana was not a good cook. Apparently my grandpa was. My mom and I built recipes together, and I have some of her old store-bought cookbooks that she manipulated to our flavor profiles. But anyway, tongue be baked or in a jelly mold in our house. Ooh, Camille says, cook it for a long time, low and slow, and eat it with mustard. Yum. Beef bone marrow is another favorite food. Yep, absolutely. My dad was a butcher by trade. So there were things that you might not have thought to eat. But if we're going to sacrifice an animal, we should at least do the favor of eating the whole damn thing. I'm of the mind, don't tell me what it is until after I've eaten it. Because if you tell me, oh, I'm eating tongue, I'm not going to taste it. There are Italians that would eat, sweetbreads. Don't tell me what it is. Just cook it. I will taste. And then if I say, so what is that? Then you can tell me what it is. All right, let me go back to the comments. That'd be an offense in our family too. Oh, my mom cooked for an army of 3, meaning it was a lot. Oh, there was never 3. So one of the good things and bad things about my dad, I didn't see it as a bad thing, but I also wasn't my mom, right? So my father, most Sundays, would either have football game with his buddies or baseball games in our backfield. And then he would invite them all for dinner. So there was never just us for a meal. And I loved that. The camaraderie. My poor mother was like, you didn't warn her. So now she had to scramble to make something for this brood. And, you're not talking little guys. These were big guys. And if any of you have been, I can't speak to other families, but in an Italian house, you are an insult if you didn't have at least enough for 2 helpings. And my mom would be like, Ralph, what the hell are you doing? So it was always a constant battle in our house, but the food that my mom had to come up with, and a lot of it was pastas. And my dad was a butcher. So if he had thought to bring some meat home, we would have some meat at the table. Always had sausage, always had, like sausage and peppers. It was always a go-to for a large crowd. I don't like green peppers, so that was never my favorite food. But okay, where are we? Last night, I ate a tri-tip from a milk cow, and it was heavenly. Wow, I love that, guys. So I love this, that, the foods that trigger memories, but also fill our bellies. That's just something that, you can make almost anything. Yeah, when my dad was growing up, he actually refused to have us kids ever eat it. It was pasta fagioli, or pasta fagioli. And really it's just pasta and beans. But it was a poor Italian man's meal, right? That pasta was basically free. It was very inexpensive. Depending on which family you went to, they made their pasta. So it was even less, more reasonably priced. But you got sick of eating pasta and beans or pasta, I discovered it after friends of mine that I worked with, they'd bring this pasta fagioli to work. And I really had a hesitation about it because my dad put such a negative connotation to it. The other thing, and I started to make it myself, and it's one of my favorite things. I make I'm going to be making it probably this afternoon, if not today, tomorrow for sure. It's a beef barley stew. So again, barley, it's a pasta rice thing. And it thickens the stew and it adds a flavor and it takes the flavor of the meat. I'm not so thrilled about beef stew itself, the beef, because it's kind of chewy and tough. But like Carmel said, low and slow and for a long time. So I'll do that. But I usually just like the flavor that the meat puts into the stews and into the the barley itself that pops up and flavors it with all the veggies that I put in. What recipe am I making? It's a beef stew. It's a beef barley. And it's very simple. I mean, that's the thing. You actually heat up your frying pan really, really hot. I throw butter in. I don't know. That's probably not on my health kick, but it is homemade butter. So hopefully that counts because I make my own butter. And you brown the beef and then put it in a crock pot with all your favorite veggies. So I love onions. I put carrots, some celery, sweet potato for me because I love sweet potato, barley, and chicken broth or veggie broth or beef broth. And I'll probably use beef broth with a little combination of it's a watered down version of tomato juice, just a smidge to add extra flavor. And it'll simmer slow and low for 6 to 8 hours. And it is filling and scrumptious. And in my decluttering over the last couple of weeks, I found something that I bought quite a while ago. I'm embarrassed to say. It's the vacuum sealers for plastic so that you can seal your food and keep it longer. I'm drawing a blank on what you call it. I know, Aria, I keep telling you, maybe I should do one time on the channel. I'll have all the ingredients. I'll send it out ahead of time and walk you through it. I think it would be so much fun. I'm not the world's greatest cook, but I can cook and it's edible. And so much so that at Christmas, when my brother came, he's like, no, you cook the meat. He's like, you always do it right. So it's there's just some things that's instinctual and something that's a flavor palette. And I love it. Haha, it's edible. Oh yeah, try the beef barley. It's delicious. It's absolutely delicious. You are so welcome. That was my PSA for the day. I'm good. So if you were to start a tradition, is there something that you would like to do? I mean, the other thing I really always wanted to do that I have to go out and do because I can't find people that will do it with me is a book club. Now, I'll be honest, not all the books that I want to read, people like to read. So that might be why I'm having a hard time starting a book club. I like all sorts of books. I'm a huge espionage person. I'm also a huge vampire-ish, fiction, sci-fi-ish person. And I do some biographies, but it's not my go-to, especially since some of them are written so dry. It reminds me of being in school and can't get past it. Darcy says, I make a forgotten roast beef, roast onion, potato, carrots, and butter seasoning covered 350 for 4 to 6 hours. Okay, what time should I be there? I'll share this with you guys. So I have gone to many a retreat, and it's very vegetarian, and you eat your meals in silence. So that's part of this retreat. You're supposed to really embrace being in silence and in quiet and chewing your food. And I didn't realize that the majority of the people that were at least associated in the program I was in, they were vegetarians. Well, I'm Italian. We grew up with beef. My dad's a butcher. I was making sausages in the back room of his butcher shop. You know, it's like, I was like the taboo girl, like, oh, you know, you really shouldn't eat meat. And I'm like, I know, but I enjoy it. And until they make vegetables taste like a good steak or a good piece of pork or a good lamb, it's going to be really hard for me to give it up. Now, as I've aged, my taste has changed. And I don't crave meats as much as I used to. But finding good proteins and veggie proteins, that's not so easy. But I know they said you can't live on bread alone, but I could with cake. I mean, it's got eggs in it, so there's protein in cake. Icing has dairy. I could live with dairy. Silence, I wouldn't do well. They'd be hearing me go, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Some mushrooms taste like meat. Oh, yeah, don't get me wrong. All of these various retreats that I have done that are vegetarian, the food was scrumptious. Out of this world delicious. I just didn't know how to make it. Heedy! Happy New Year to you too. So, it's, I mean, if I had been trained on how to cook those veggies and the flavor palette, and I can't eat too spicy, a little bit of spice. But even some of my favorite Mexican food, I really can't eat. It hurts my stomach. It's delicious going down. 5 seconds after it's in the receptacle of my belly, it's like, oh, no. abort. Will Rogers. It's just does not sit well in my tum-tum. So I have a very delicate belly. All right, so we're gonna pizza, just saying. Oh yeah, Rick, I know. But again, so I'm so sorry. I got all choked up talking about food. Even Italian red sauce can sometimes hurt my tummy. So I don't eat as much pizza. But where I live, there's crap for pizza. So unless I make it, I used to host friends, small groups, because you can't do it for large groups, and make calzones. Now, for me, with calzones, they're deep fried. So there's no baking. And so the pizza dough will rise and fill with all the ricotta and mozzarella, and a little bit of sauce on the top. And again, at least in my family, my brothers could eat 2 each. My dad probably 3. And that was just gluttony because they're so filling. But my friends would be like, how am I supposed to eat 2 of these? I'm like, well, I made all these calzones. They're like, for who? So you really have to manage it. But I love, that's the only pizza that I make at my home. I may this year make my own pizza just because I can't find what I like here. So sorry, I'm ticklish in the throat. I'm trying to think. There was something I wanted to mention. I know we got stuck on this topic of got to get 2025 garbage out of the house. Oh, I know. And I've been breaking down my Christmas stuff. So in between and listening to everybody, I have broken down my Christmas village. I put up my mom's nativity, so I took that down. I have an abbreviated snowman collection that I used to collect a ridiculous amount, and nutcrackers. And so now I can get everything into just a couple of containers. And as I look around, really the last thing that I have to take down is the tree, and I'm just not ready. I might take all the ornaments off and just leave the tree up, but I love the lights. I'm a light girl, so I actually have battery operated candles all over my house that the flame wickers. That's a different word. And I just at night, unless I'm on YouTube, That's the light in my house, along with the computer or the TV. I don't use a lot of overhead lights because I love the candlesque lighting. Can't really have major candles because I have a cat who will knock it over and start a house fire. And then the dogs. Not that they would do anything intentionally, but when they're playing and they're roughhousing, they do sumo wrestling in the evenings. It's quite funny to watch. But they will knock everything out of their way. Anything that's in their path, if they're doing their wrestling back and forth, forget it, they're knocking it down. So I have a fear of things burning. I grew up very rural in a small New York town. And my dad was born and raised in the Bronx of New York, so a city boy. And so we would burn things back in those days, way back in the olden days. And it was in a big steel container. The winds were outrageous, and he had come in to check on us kids that were napping, and the wind knocked that thing down and spread like wildfire over hundreds of acres. And we were a rural town. There was only volunteer firefighters, and it just had to burn. And I know they put it out. They trapped it at one point, but it was very scary. So I also had a neighbor right next to my beautiful old Victorian house back in the day, and they were prepping the house for their daughter's graduation, and they had painted and lit candles. And apparently the cat knocked the candle, caught fire on the curtain, and burned the house down to the ground. So I'm a little bit anxious when it comes to burning candles. Hi, Jimena. Happy New Year to you. Welcome. Thanks for being here. So is there, what makes you feel at home? So I talked about candles, smells, food. Is there something, a sound, a ritual, like card games, something that makes you feel like you're comfortable, you're at home, you feel really good and cozy? Don't leave me hanging. So while I'm waiting, smells are another thing that I love. I really like room fresheners. It's almost like a diffuser, but it's not quite a diffuser. And it's a nice scent that will waft in the air. I don't want it too perfumey. I'm not a huge perfume person, but I love the idea. Yeah, Jimenez smells. Before I do my lives or meditation, I will sage, but I don't even use sage anymore. I use Palo Santo. I drew a blank, and I moved it. What? No, here it is. And you can see it's pretty well burnt. But I will waft that in my room, and that smell is a cleansing, clearing smell that I really love. Bacon. Then bacon bits. Bacon. I love the smell of bacon. But yes, I love burning my Palo Santo. And I do keep that here. A cozy blanket. Yes. And you're in Mexico, but if you were here in New England, you'd want 2 of these because it's very chilly today. I used to mix essential oils until COVID robbed me of my sense of oh, I'm so sorry. And you haven't gotten it back, huh? I have a few people I know that don't have their taste buds back, so I'm really sorry. Heaney says, 15 years ago, I went to a candle party at a friend's house, lit candles. I blew them out before I went upstairs to take a nap and woke up in black smoke. Something put the fire out and didn't. Oh, my word. Oh, what a blessing that you had like a angel somewhere. Um, yeah, it was a miracle. But ironically, the friend who had the candle party also had a fire in the house with those candles. Unfortunately, oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, the dog didn't make it out. Yeah, I didn't say that about the other lady. She lost her dog and her cats, and I can't even think about that. But so there's something about those candles that was whatever was in the chemistry of those candles set that on fire. That's a shame. It's cold here too for our parameters. So, Jimena, your definition of cold is what temperature? Um, he says, I have not had candles in the house for 15 years since then, I'm blessed. Whatever angels were. Oh, absolutely, you are. The insurance company paid for all the cleaning and actually ended up having the cleanest house ever. Well, I'm sure that's not the way you wanted to have the cleanest house ever. That's for darn sure. And I'm glad you're okay. And I'm really, I watched my neighbor's house burn down with her. And I was on my porch, though, and I had other people with me. We were watching it. And the rebuilding process was very difficult. She's got such an eye. I love what she did. And I'm not a big open house person. I don't like every room connected to each other. First of all, it's impossible to heat or cool. I don't like really high ceilings because that's wasted air going all the way up to the ceiling, whether it's heat or cold. And so, yeah, you're not being negative, Heaney. Oh, please, a blessing on your head. Mazel tov, mazel tov. It just goes to show you that you have a purpose, my friend, and we're glad you're here. So amen and hallelujah. So, oh shoot, what was I saying? I lost my train of thought, guys. Bring me back. Only 11 Fahrenheit here. Oh my God. Yeah, it feels like 7 here. That's what they said. Is that what I might be lying. Hold on. Oh no, 6 degrees. We feel like 6 degrees Fahrenheit. The temperature is actually 21, but we have a wicked breeze. And when I tell you this is the windiest year, 2025 was the windiest year on record in Massachusetts, in our area specifically. I don't know why, but even when, like, come spring, because of all the sanding and salting on the streets, I'm going to have to wear certain glasses, but I have to put them on the dogs. I know it sounds silly, but they have to wear goggles because they're so close to the earth and that stuff blows up. Last year, they were miserable. So, yeah, we got to really, protect our little puppers. But we need the sand and the salt, and they just did that now. And so I have to shovel it away before I take the dogs out because their poor little paws can't take the salt. All right. I don't remember what I was saying. This is the problem with getting older or just being me. I'm like the shiny penny girl. Ooh, over here. And then I forget what I'm saying. I'm just checking comments. Thanks, Ben. I really hate that I forget what I was talking about. It wasn't that important, so that's okay. We can move on. But I love so back to the candles. The battery operated one, I click my thing, all of them light. I have them in like lanterns. I have them in various decorative vases, just to add that ambiance. And the scent for me is also critical, but I've also been told you have to be careful with certain scents for your animals. So I like to be careful for the dogs. And my kitty cat, Marley. I don't want to ignore her, but she does not like to show up on camera because the dogs are right next to me. I don't know if you can see the little chucklehead right over here. he's wrapped up because he went outside in the snow, and when he jumped in, he sort of sank to the bottom, so he's cold. He's all wrapped up in his little warm bed. He's really the damn cutest little thing. And the day that those guys go, we better be going at the same time. But Marley is a love bug. Marley came to me. She was a rescue from Jamaica. They say she was brought over with her sister. We do the magical mystery poop tour every day because Marley doesn't use the litter box for number 2. And usually it's right where I need it to be, in front of her cat tree on a rug. But she was locked in a room and yelled at and sort of mistreated. So when I got her, I'm like, no way, Jose, you don't deserve that. For whatever reason, you are afraid, or because she was raised outside, she wants to go outside and do her business. But we can't allow that where I live. She'll never come back. So anyway, Jimena, you would survive in the snow. It just wouldn't be your favorite thing because you like to be out in the sun and warm, but you would survive. It definitely would be a good vacation adventure. So anyway, those are some of the things that make me feel warm and cozy and feel like home. I also like music. Now, we've talked about this on my channel before, and we've talked about it here. One of the things that I do on Sundays, I used to do it more often than I do it now, is I have a series of Italian, not operas, but arias and that kind of thing, like a snapshot version. And I play that. And then there's some French, I call it French cafe music that I play. And that's when I'm cooking and I'm cleaning. It's to get me away from the computer screen, to get me away from being in front of the TV, because those things are, for me, are really, music is just lovely. Now, there's also other cultural music that I love to listen to. And I haven't done it in a long time because I haven't been listening to as much music, because I've been sort of laser focused on YouTube and trying to learn, what other people are doing and how they're successful. I've since decided to surrender that and not be focused on it. This is what you get, and either I grow or I don't. I started this as self-expression. So hopefully that eventually I'll learn all the technical stuff. I know when Ben and Misha really do the scrubbing of the other technologies and they start to share it, maybe it'll help me. But for now, I'm not going to get myself all wound up. And it's really hard for me to focus on technology. I just struggle a lot comprehending, and even the simplest things. So I got to let it go. Can't let that stuff weigh me down. Oh, thank you, Jimena. Rick says, oh my God, the town way east of him got 23 inches of snow. Holy cow. Oh no, we only got a couple inches today. 23 inches? Holy moly. Holy guacamole. That's a lot. All right, Jimena, I'm going to take you up on that, sister. So music. So I got into this group. I got to pull it up first to make sure I'm saying it right. Yes, it is. It's the right group. So I was invited to go with some friends to watch this Latin group. And I had never heard of them before. And since then, they inspired me to listen to more Latin music, and it's Los Lobos. Has anyone ever heard of Los Lobos? Jimena, have you heard of them? They're a Mexican rock band, if you will. Amazing. But then that led me into other Latin-esque music. Being a dancer, not that kind of wink wink pole dancing girl, although done that. Not for cash, but for fun. Kind of like trying the bungee thing, if anybody was watching last night. It's motivating. Like, you can't sit still. You're dead if you don't move to Latin music. You just have to be, because the rhythms and the music and the vibrations, it's incredibly tantalizing. That's the only adjective I can think of. It's amazing. Heidi says, she's very allergic to cats. I used to take care of the strays in my neighborhood, set them up in the shed. It was really freezing. I tried to bring them into my sunroom. They refused. Cats, they don't necessarily have to be indoors. Cats are survivalists. They do need a place to go. They usually find barns if they're outdoor wild cats. They find barns. They find under houses. They find places to stay warm. One of the YouTube channels that I watch, Hidden Spring Farms, I brought it up yesterday. He has a whole cat house, and he has a few things that have heated elements for the cats. But even I am allergic, and I still have mine. The advantage to her not perusing the whole house is that I don't have to worry about cat hair everywhere. And my dogs don't shed because they're Shih Tzus. That's why I have Shih Tzus, because I am very sensitive. Even right now, I'm stuffed up. And that's because before I started this channel today, I was rubbing my face on my cat, and I was playing with her toy. For Christmas, my brother got her this. It's like a fishing pole with a dangly piece of foil and feather, and you fling it. And ever since he got it, that's all she wants to play with. And then she'll roll over, and she's like, "Okay, you can scratch me now." No, really, you can scratch me. And she's been very shy and hesitant since I got her to really let me pet her. She's all over it now. So that's home for me, is animals. It used to be my mom, but I was a grown-up for many decades living on my own. When my mom moved in with me, it took us about 2 years to find our rhythm. And then I was like, I can't live without her. She's like my bestie. And honestly, it was a big ass house. So we didn't really get underneath each other's feet. And I really enjoyed and liked my mother. So that is a rarity. And I get that, and I can appreciate that. And when I lost her, my house was really empty. And I rescued might be a dramatic turn. Is it time? Am I too late, Darce? Oh, no. Okay, I have a few minutes. I rescued this stray Spike. He had been an outdoor cat. The people that claimed as owners, they didn't really like him, and he was a little wild for their taste. By the time he came to me, he was 19 years old. He was, my brother Peter helped me remove ticks and clean him up. And that cat moved in with me, and for 6 months after my mom passed, and stayed with me and comforted me. And once he passed, and I got my sweet pea, I had to get another cat. I had to get another life to take care of. And I think Sweet Pea is what kept me alive as long as she did before I had my heart thing. And then when I sold my house and Sweet Pea had died, and I had gotten Marley, Marley just looked at me and needed rescuing. She was like, please, someone has to love me. And I'm getting awful clamped, but I had to take her. I couldn't not take her and rescue her. So, and she She wants to come into the room with me, but because the dogs, she's hesitant. I'm letting them work it out. For now, her version of socializing with my dogs is hiding on top of the bookcase and the dogs staring, going, wait, we saw that thing. Where'd it go? So one day, hopefully, they'll all become friends. But I will never not have animals again. And my kind of lottery dream is to have a smallish homestead, not a big house. I think we just talked about with Rick. No, it was with Ben and Christy because she's an RVer. I wouldn't mind a tiny house with like a she shed attached, and maybe like a little 3-seasoned porch attached. So is it really a tiny house if I have all that? But and then some property. It would be ½ acre to an acre. It doesn't have to be a lot. So I could garden, have dogs, have cats, have chickens. And then I'll be that old lady with a big brim hat in overalls, living the life, eating off the land. That'd be pretty fun. Let's see. My mom was my pal. Miss her and dad every day. Oh, God. This is the first Christmas without my dad since I lost him in May. So, yeah. Yeah, cats do understand. I think animals understand that you're trying to help them. So, and Latinos, we love dancing and moving. I know. Uh-oh, who nodded off? Krumel. That's all right, friend. That's all right. Los Lobos, La Bamba. I know. So it's coming up time for Miss Darcy. And I will be back tonight. Hamada, if you want to come join me, you can come join me, or anybody else wants to come join me. We can just chat all fun things. I am on 8 p.m. Central. I'm just going to confirm that, guys, because I might be wrong and it might be 4 p.m. So hold on. I just don't remember today versus yesterday. 4 p.m. East Central. I'm on after Nuestra Tabula Rasa. Tabula. I really hate that name. I love the group, hate the name because I can't say it. So it's not them, it's me. So I'll be on at 4 p.m. Central. So anybody that wants to join, feel free. I would love to have you. No, I'm not. 4 p.m. was yesterday. Hold on. Ben, am I looking at this spreadsheet right or wrong?
Okay. Let me try to find the spreadsheet first of all.
I think I'm on 4 p.m. and 8 p.m., but
let's see here. 5 p.m. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, yeah.
So I'm on 4 p.m. Central, and then I'm also on. No, I'm not on at 8 p.m. That was last night. Okay, good. I feel better. I'm very confused reading the spreadsheet. Sorry. So 4 p.m. Central. Yes.
I think we're using two different. Oh my gosh. I wonder which one's right. Yes. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, that's not right.
I think I'm 4 p.m. Central.
Okay. Yeah. Because there is this form.
I think I'm 4 p.m. Central.
I have 5 p.m. Central. 4 p.m. Central. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because Witchy's on after me.
Yeah, I was looking at. I had Witchy highlighted, and I thought.
Okay, that's okay. All right,
yeah.
So I will be on at 4 p.m. Central, guys. I'll be watching everybody's channel in the background while I take down my Christmas decorations and try to get cleaned up. And I have to go shovel some snow, so I will be in and out. But thank you all for being here and engaging with me.
We thank you.
Oh, Darcy, you're here. Great. So, look at your little icon behind there. There's somebody waving. I love that little animation.
Cat.
Yeah. All right. I will remove myself. Love you guys.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking about a subject, but I decided to scratch that plan. So I'm up for anything anybody wants to discuss. And Tiff was going to help me out, but I think she's sleeping. She did quite a lot yesterday. So how's everybody's day been going? I know both Rick and Trista did a really good job on their lives. I had some sleep, and then the cat told me, "Hey, isn't it time to get up?" So I said, "Okay." I just we were talking about animals, and I really like animals. I'm more of a cat lover than a dog lover, but I do like some dogs. If I had an allergy to animals, I think that would kind of drive me nuts because I just love different types of animals. I've helped out on farms, and they had every kind of farm animal you could think of. So we had horses and ponies, cow, chickens, pigs, goats, cats, dogs. No mule. I didn't have a mule or a donkey. Yeah, pet pigs are pretty cool. Friend of mine, he had the little pork belly pigs, and it was kind of cute. And it was, you know, went outside when he had to go outside, just like a dog. And pigs are very intelligent. Yeah, I'm not too fancy on chickens either. They always like attacking me. So I always had the other kids that I grew up with, they fed them and stuff while I did the other chores. Is there any unusual pets that has anybody has had? I had many friends that had different types of animals. And to me, some of them I didn't really consider pets, but they had them. Explain what them are, Jimena. Can't even pronounce that. They sound interesting. Yeah, my friends, they had, scorpions, snakes, tarantulas. Oh, that's interesting. So, yeah. Yeah, a lot of my friends, they had boa constrictors and, like I said, tarantulas, and not my thing, but snakes weren't that bad. In fact, my one friend, she had a white boa. Wow, that is very interesting. I know there's a lot of aquatic animals that can regenerate, and I think that's just amazing how they can grow back limbs and, like yours, organs. I know Ben, he has a bird, and I've had friends that had different types of birds, cockatiels and parakeets, and I don't think anybody's had the big parrots or anything like that, but used to have a pink and gold one. Oh, that's a cool color. I don't know. Did everybody leave? Everybody's so quiet. I already bored you. Oh no, this is not good. Sorry, I have a dry sense of humor. Well, we love listening to them, Ben. He likes stealing your show every once in a while. So everybody, do you think we can make this a great year for everybody? Better health, both mentally and physically? I think we should just put that out there. That everybody does good this year and everybody heals in their own way. Yeah, it's good to finally put things out that you've been learning about. And like me, I've been learning all of the YouTube streaming and background stuff and getting more adapted. Like today, Misha's like telling me, do an outro and the outro and intro. And I'm like, where is it listed? So that's why I was popping in and out, Ben, and scaring you because I was trying to find out where it is, and I finally figured it out. And that's just me. I push buttons until I figure it out. And I never get, Rick was talking earlier, I don't get angry at my computer. It's just, okay, if that didn't work, we'll try a different way. And that's how I basically learn. Yes, definitely was a hard one. Mine was not really hard, but it was more of a seesaw one. So now I gotta put the seesaw back up instead of down. I'm working on getting my health back in At least so I'm a better functioning. Yes, computers can be a challenge sometimes, but I just, to me, it's a piece of equipment that I don't get aggravated over. I get disappointed that things happen, but I never get aggravated at the computer. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mena. Yes, Rick, computers can be fun very much, especially it's not really the computers, it's what people have put online that you can learn and study. Yeah, it I don't know. People always talk about that they hate something or that they're mad about something, and that growing up was not in my vocabulary because my mom didn't allow it. My mom always said, "You dislike what happened or, what they did or anything, but never hate." And, now as I learn, I disagree with it, but I never hate it. It says games are to play. Why would you play to get mad? Yeah, exactly. I have, like I said, I get disappointed, but never mad. I'm doing fair. I like I said, I'm on the downswing with my health and I'm trying to work myself back and to get healthy again. In fact, tomorrow morning I have to go for labs for my cancer and discuss things with my oncology about problems I've been having. So I'm working on it. Like I said, I'll trying to get back on the upswing of the seesaw. And it sucks because I know many people like they have um health problems, in the holidays it really, kind of brings down your mood because you can't enjoy it with other people like you used to, you know. So it makes it frustrating, but there's many more to come, so just got to look forward, not backwards. Thank you, Jimena. I use a lot of food. Seeing when I first got my cancer, I had learned a lot about the protein, eating better protein for me. I wasn't a high protein eater. And that a lot of that happened after I didn't have any more teeth because I stopped eating nuts and I don't eat raw carrots. And I used to, when I was a kid, pull raw carrots right out of the garden and eat them. I just loved them, but can't do that without teeth. And the teeth that I was given don't fit right from day one. So a lot of my stuff I cook, and yeah, a lot of green foods and chicken. I eat chicken almost every other day, and that's boneless, skinless. But seasonings like garlic, like we were talking earlier, I'm a big garlic lover, so garlic and some turmeric, and you can dress up. People say, "Oh, that sounds, you know, it's boneless, skinless chicken, not fried, baked, would be bland." And it's like, no, you can dress it up with seasonings, and not the salt. Not like garlic salt or onion salt. Use actual garlic or actual onion. You know. Well, yeah, that's all right. We all do that when we're listening to lives every once in a while. We have things to do and kind of just listen in the background. Me, a lot of times, I'll be like last night, I was working on my night cafe and was listening to everybody in the background, and if I heard something that was interesting, I'd click on it and comment. So I get that. It's strange because when I started watching YouTube and that, I started learning to multitask. I was never I could only focus on one thing, and now I can focus on a couple different things. And that's just, like I was telling everybody, that I had social anxiety, and it's just retraining your brain. And I think that's amazing that your brain has that capability to just retrain itself and make it go into a different direction, like learning new languages, or Brian and quite a few people that are in here, they're going to classes and just training your brain for something else. And that's amazing. That is the big mystery that a lot of scientists have never figured out, how the brain does what it does. I definitely like languages too. When I was young, my family, they talked a lot of German, and I had a neighbor that came from Germany, and I could understand German better than I could speak German. Only knew a little bit in German. And I haven't been around it for years, so kind of little lost now when I listen or try to talk German. And I had friends who they were Mexicans, and they spoke a lot of, I don't know if it was a mix of Spanish and Mexican or if it was just Mexican, but I understood them too. I was talking last night about that's a big thing with me is I hear things that other people don't. Like in music, I can hear, when something's off in a tune, and that's just I think because I've always had a love for music. Now, can I write music? I'm gonna try. I don't think I do lyrics very well. Well, hello. Happy New Year. I don't know your name, but I'm hoping you're having a good New Year. French, Rick. Huh. That's interesting that you're trying French. Like I said, I like doing different things on the computer, so I'm always interested in learning how to do certain tech things in the computer or the computer programs, I should say. So is anybody else going to learn something new this year? Rick's learning French. It's always good to grow and expand your knowledge and your abilities to do certain things. And it helps the brain too. That's one big thing. My family, there's a lot of genetics and Alzheimer's and dementia in my family, and it's good to keep your brain active in learning and doing things. And Rick, keep your mouth shut. No, I think you did fine on your life. If you kept your mouth shut on your life, you would have had a very boring life, Rick. See, that was an oxymoron. Yeah, you keep your mouth shut. No. Neuroscience. That's a brain picker, Ben. Definitely. Think it would be hard for a lot of us, but some people have certain talents and some people don't. Like I said, I never thought of myself as being a techie, and people started mentioning it to me that I was very techie, and it's like, really? I just push buttons. But if they had a problem with their phone, they'd be handing me their phones and going, okay, what's wrong? And I'm not good at explaining over how to do things. I have to, physically show them what I'm doing. Like I said, I didn't graduate high school. And in fact, I was considered what they called back then a pass along kid. And a pass along kid, like using my grades, for example, I had F's and I's, which means failures or incompletes, and they would still pass me along to the next grade. So school wasn't very good to me. But I did good in the creative stuff. I was in chorus, music, singing, art classes. Them I all aced, you know. And if I didn't start smoking when I was a teenager, I would have had a great voice. But, the peer pressure and social anxiety. And as a kid, I started smoking. And that's one habit I haven't gotten rid of yet. People always say, didn't you quit? And I'm like, well, at some point it'll be there. I'm just not going to push the issue because once I get stressed out, I want more. And I think that's with a lot of, people who are dependent on things that, yeah, stress them out. That's their stress reliever. So it's good to be their support, but don't stress them out. Excuse me. So Lucy was supposed to be around, but I haven't seen her in last night or today. So that's okay. Sometimes people need a break from things. And if anybody doesn't know who Lucy is, that's oh, now my brain's turned to mush. Oh, I can't think of her channel. I have to look. uh, Body illusion. Thank you. Yes. I'm still working on my dead air, but more chattier than what I normally am. Like I said, I didn't know what subjects to talk about, so that's why I put different types of subjects, because I can talk about many of things. Not an expert on everything, but I don't think anybody is ever an expert at it, because there's always, learning the next new thing and the next new ideas. Yeah, like I said, mine was more creative in schooling, art, and that comes from my mother's side of the family. We were very artistic in music and in art and stuff. And that even carried down, and I got second cousins, and they do, really great art. Yes, there's always room for Jello. You're right, Ben. Although for a long time I didn't like Jello because when I was younger I had to have a lot of tests done, and they always put you on a liquid diet. Well, Jello was the big thing, eat Jello, eat Jello. So for quite a while I didn't eat Jello. I do now. I like it, especially now that they came out with some pretty cool flavors. I know it seems like a lot of our subjects end up on food. I think food is good for the soul. I know some foods they make you feel like you're at home and comfy and my mother always said, if you walk away from my table hungry, that's your own damn fault. Like I was chatting earlier that she cooked for an army of 3, and she did. She fed the neighborhood because she was always baking or cooking or is anybody else? What do you like, cooking the food or eating the food? I enjoy both. I don't do as much as I used to, but there is times, and I got that habit from my mother too, cooking for an army because it's just me, and I usually end up giving it to a lot of the other tenants in my apartment building, so I don't end up eating it for weeks. Yeah, or trying something different, throwing in different ingredients and seeing how it tastes. I really like trying that. On Facebook, I check out a lot of the recipes and have them all down in the save list. You like cooking? Yeah. Yeah, I used to. My mother made homemade bakery and cakes and cookies and then I said and then their regular cooking stuff she made, she's German, so she made a lot of German dishes. Sauerkraut and pork chops and the German potato salad. Yeah, like I said, my mother's motto was you can't walk away from her table hungry. And I was an only child, and there my cousins came over and they ate, and so I was an only child, but there was a lot of kids around. Yeah, you make a lot of dishes. Yeah, you do. And that was the old fashioned way of washing them by hand, not throwing them in the dishwasher. guessing meals, and we never really had guessing meals. We're pretty. I mean, sometimes my mother got it stuck in a routine where we had dishes, the same weekly, but every once in a while she changed it. But it wasn't anything way different. Me, I like to try different things, and things I didn't like when I was younger, I enjoy now. And then there's some things that I liked when I was younger that I don't enjoy now. So, like we were talking, it's your taste changes. And I'm always willing to retry things. I didn't like it when I was young, and then I retry it again when I'm older. Has anybody ever do that? That they try things that they have before and they thought, yuck, and then retried them and thought, wow, that's pretty good. And it's weird because things you would think would be in your DNA, like Germans being sauerkraut, is like, I liked it when I was young, but I can't eat it now. It's just, I don't know what changed. Oh, mustard. See, I don't. If I really have to, I'll use yellow mustard, but I'm a brown mustard eater, spicy brown mustard. Yeah, yogurt. When I was young too, yogurt. I didn't care for yogurt when I was younger. My friends ate it and stuff, and I was like, I didn't care for yogurt. And now I eat yogurt. Some flavors I don't like, but like the strawberry and the strawberry banana or the raspberry. I love berries. I think I've loved berries all my life. And which is a good thing because berries are very good for your health. Homemade sauerkraut. See, and my mother never did that. She never homemade her sauerkraut. It always came out of a can, and I know a lot of different foods that when I had them as a kid taste way different than what they do now, and that's because of certain regulations and way they make things. They change this little bit here or this little bit there, and it just tastes different. Like spam. Used to love eating fried spam on a sandwich, and now I can't stand the way that it tastes. So they definitely changed that somewhere along the line. That's a good one, Ben. You got to save that for the dad jokes later. Uh yeah, you definitely hit some dad jokes there. It'll be interesting what you guys come up with for the jokes. And I don't know where the next live stream is. So I'm going to grab that so I can put it in. I know I got at least 15 minutes to go yet, but want to get it ready so I can let everybody know what to go for the live stream. It's weird that they don't let you go for longer than so many hours on the next stream. Thank you, Ben. Yeah, definitely like the bacon. That's a good flavor for stuff. Like I said, I put that in my meatloaf. I put it in my spaghetti. And everybody they really like it. And I tell them, it's really not that hard. I don't like to make overcomplicated things. What tastes good to me type meals. Yes, next up is Kelly. Yes, I like bacon too. I mean, you got to. He's right here. There's no avoiding him. Are you talking to me, Ben? No, I'm Wisconsin. That's where I get the yahe. Or do you mean the Canadian bacon? I like both. I like Canadian bacon and regular bacon. Yeah, Wisconsin people have a lot of Canadian sounding words. And I'm kind of central located, so have a little of both. Yeah, not too far from Canada. In fact, got a crazy story. My friends, we went on a trip, and as we were heading back home, the people who were driving decided to go on the northbound exit instead of going southbound, which would take us back. And they argued with me, and we almost ended up at the border of Canada. So that was quite an interesting night. And then we ran out of gas, and luckily she had family that was in the town that we ran out of gas, so we were able to sleep there overnight until at that time the gas stations weren't open. So yeah, Minnesota have a very different accent too. You're right. But I actually do have, I am French Indian. So maybe part of that's in my genes. Yeah, I'm a very pale Indian. I have actually French Indian, and then I have regular American Indian in me. Besides the German, and then some Irish. My dad had the mixed cultures. My mom was full German. Somalian. Boy, that's different, Ben. Wow. Good morning, Mayor. Did you have a good rest? Like I said, I had a couple hours of sleep. Cat decided, no, it's our time to get up now. And my afternoon nap, he demands that too. It's our snuggle time. And that's why I call him my stepcat, because he thinks he lives here. I'm cat sitting for a friend that's in my apartment building. Her sister's going through a lot of cancer problems right now, so she's trying to help her sister out while I'm cat sitting. And I said, well, bring them down to my house because our place looks duplicate, So it ain't a big change for him, and he already knows who I am. That way I ain't running back and forth to her house all the time. Beno spices. Well, guys, not thinking of much to talk about. Not gonna leave yet because we got 11 more minutes to go. I know the outro was a little bit.
Okay, there we go.
Hi, Ben.
So hey, okay, so were you born in I can't even do the accent.
Wisconsin.
I can't even do that.
Yes.
Did you go? You went to high school there and all that.
Yeah, I lived in the same town all my life.
Okay, what was the mascot there, if I may ask?
It depended on what the north side or the south side. We have two sides.
Okay, how about your school?
My school was the Raiders.
Okay, that's kind of okay. Yeah, they're somewhere. I think it's Timaluk in Washington, Oregon, where they make all the cheese. That's outside of Wisconsin.
Right.
Yeah, their mascot's like the cheese master or cheese maker. I just thought there'd be something cool.
No, and the south side one is an Indian.
Okay.
They're the Redskins.
Wow. Hey. Well, I guess I shouldn't. Bisbee High School, they were the Pumas, and why?
Yeah.
Because we don't have pumas. Yeah, it was a thing. It was okay. Yeah, I just thought it'd be something interesting.
Yeah.
There's a team in New Mexico. They gave the kids an opportunity to choose their own mascot, so they chose the artichoke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've watched a couple ones and they're like, why was there this mascot, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and of course, there's a lot of teams with cougar,
Yeah.
which now means something entirely different. Yeah. How about college? You
No
go?
college.
Okay.
Like I said, I didn't finish even high
Oh,
school. So
okay. Yeah.
and I
Uh-oh.
was
And you're
talking last night that I used to hang out with a lot of people who were scholars and, went off to college. So
sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I'm looking for logic in school mascots. Yes.
a
I wonder where Mary Lee grew up.
lot of mascots that really don't
Yeah.
have much logic to
Yeah.
them.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like um, like Bisbee High when I don't know. I don't think they were always Pumas. I think when they built this new school, um, back in like late 60s, early 70s, they got a killer deal on the university. I think it was University of Arizona or somebody, some big school up, north of us. They had like something where they got all these uniforms that were wrong. So
Oh, okay.
Bisbee's colors were supposed to be something logical that would go with a
Yeah.
Puma, and instead they got all these red and gray uniforms, which of course Pumas aren't that way unless if you don't shoot them first. Um, but yeah, so they changed their rather than say no to the deal, they just changed their colors. So I was like, yeah, okay, I guess that's the path of least
Okay. Yeah.
resistance.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Right.
it made for a funny looking mascot.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, that's just like, the movie Mighty Ducks is like, okay, it's an ice hockey. Where do you come up
mhm.
with ducks for that?
Yeah, that's true. Vancouver, born and raised, East Van, like Van Dam or
Yeah.
Van. Jan Michael. How do I get in? Oh, Jan Michael Vincent. Has nothing to do with Van. Van.
Yeah, Vince Van Dam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like New Jersey. Okay. I don't know New Jersey. The only bit I know of no, it's not Vancouver. It's Toronto. I know a little tiny bit about, but yeah.
Yeah, when I was younger, I watched a lot of sports, so
Oh
always
wait,
was
Vancouver.
interested in how they came up with teams.
Yes. Let's see here. Oh, wait a minute. She's talking. Okay. Okay. I lied. I just completely. Yeah. Go figure. I work in geography. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Vancouver, north of Seattle.
Yeah.
Okay. And Victoria Island. Now, of course, they film more movies and television there than they do in Hollywood. So
Oh, Meryl. That's interesting.
yeah, kind of like that. I think Hollywood needed to be taken down a few notches.
Huh. Yeah, there's a place in Wisconsin they did the Grumpy Old Men in.
I kind of like that one.
Yeah.
So what are your hobbies anyway?
My hobbies?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you talking now or then? Then
That's
it
true.
used to be all my art drawing. I was
Okay.
never great at painting. I
Okay.
always did pencil drawings.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, one of these times I'll get them uploaded to my computer and show everybody the artwork I used to. I like doing a lot of landscape and animals and buildings.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
I can draw an okay
Mm.
person, but when it comes to the nose on the face, I can't draw one.
Mm.
That's a very hard one to draw.
Sure. Yeah. 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 That and hands.
My
Yeah.
hands are even actually easier than the nose.
I was never good at drawing people. Dad was an art teacher. I studied illustration in school, in college.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, I have to do very basic figure drawing. You know, when you're putting figures into like architectural drawing or
Right.
conceptual drawings, you just do really simple, basic, like a square for a body. You know, and it's
Yeah.
kind of stylized a little bit. But yeah, I was never good at drawing people. But I do get what you're talking about, where you draw on paper. That means that you got that you probably more than likely still conceptualize on paper, or have you gone fully digital now?
Well, with my hands, with a lot of my health problems, I have trouble with my
Oh.
hands. I have had arthritis in my hands since I was 13. So, yeah.
Oh.
So,
Oh.
and I have this like trimmer hand problem too.
Mm.
And so now learning AI art has been great for me because now I can start doing what I think of on paper again.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Next train coming to village near you. Yeah. And yeah, so it's switching over. So do you but that explains how you're so good at doing this stuff, because I find that a lot of people have to start out with a vision. I mean, AI allows you to kind of just
Right.
go with what it
And like
brings.
I said, just switching words around,
Yeah.
makes a whole different
Yeah.
subject.
Yeah. But people who can conceptualize stuff tend to do better. Well, at least that's my going thesis.
Yeah. Well, see,
Yeah.
and it's hard because a lot of people, they want to overdo the prompt. And it's like sometimes, like even when people talk about different languages, Americans try to overcomplex it. It's like, no, simplify it.
Yeah. Yeah. I hear you. I tend to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I guess we should do the outro so we
All
can
right.
get into the next one. But I thank you for coming on for the last couple of minutes. And
all righty. And everybody, so it's switching over. It should be the last message
yeah,
in the thing, the hooch, the whatever. Okay.
the
All right. So,
YouTube
guys,
universe.
so yes, see you. See you all in the next stream.
Yeah, in the next stream.
Cool.
Thanks, everybody. Oh, it's supposed to hit it, and it's not doing it.
Yeah. Oh, it's not doing it?
No, I hit it, and it's not going.
Here we go.
You love me. Yes, we do. We love our peeps. When we love, love is free. Love is free as free can be. Yes, we love.
Love is cool.
Love is cool.
We need more.
Love in this world.
Love is cool. Cool is hot. Cool is hot. Love you if you love me not. Yes, we do. Yes, do we. Love is all we'll ever need.
Key is love.
Love is key.
Love is key.
Loving is our destiny.
I love you. You love me. Yes, we do. We Yes, we do. We love our peeps. When we love, love is free. Love is free as free can be. Yes, we love.
Love is cool.
Love is cool.
We need more.
Love in this world.
Love is cool. Cool is hot. Love you if you love me not. Yes, we do. Yes, do we. Love is all we'll ever need.
Key is love.
Love is key.
Love is key.
Loving is our destiny.
I love you. You love me. Yes, we do. We love our peace. When we love,
Love is free.
love is free.
Love is free.
Love is free.